All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's City Council regular meeting for Monday, March 4th. We have 3 study session items on the docket for tonight. Up first is there we are, our new Director of Finance, Kevin Engels, here to present and review the monthly financial report. Good evening, Mr. Engels.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Kevin Engels, Director of Finance. This evening, we're going to talk about the January 2024 General Fund Monthly Report. We'll start out with revenues. Year-to-date this year, we're at 9.5% of the total budget. That compares to 9.8% for last year. So far for the year, there are no one-time items that we've had to exclude. Here are the revenues broken down by category. Most of the variances this time of year are all timing issues. The one exception to that is charges for services. That's directly related to Public Works taking over the city center property management that used to be EAF. You'll notice an offsetting expenditure in a couple of slides. So for the expenditures, we're at 8.5% of the yearly budget. That compares to 9% for last year. And then we had net transfers out of $4.5 million, and we'll look at that in a couple of slides as well. Here are the expenditures by department. 2 items to note here. Under administration, some of that increase is due to the addition of the sustainability division that did not exist last year at this time. And then there's the Public Works increase that was offset by the revenues we saw on the other slide. Excuse me. Here are your general funds expenditures by category. Once again, mostly timing issues, a little bit of inflation in there. The capital is down because that's tied to the vehicle replacement schedule. So it's a little bit less this year than it was last year. Now, when you add the revenues and expenditures together, you get our operating surplus or deficit. This year, we're running at a $600,000 surplus. That compares to just under $700,000 last year. Here's the slide showing the transfers. A little bit in from the Public Improvement Fund for debt service. And then transfers out mainly for capital projects. The 2 big pieces there are the Union Avenue Bridge repair and the Union Avenue repaving. Here's your fund balance composition. On the far right-hand column there, you've got the 2024 year-to-date balances. Got a total ending fund balance at January of $19.4 million. Down below, you remove some of your designated balances for Tabor, long-term asset reserve, the ARPA funding, and the stadium district refund. Those are all dedicated to specific purposes. That leaves you an unrestricted reserve, or including your unrestricted reserve, is a total of $14.9 million that you remove from that 19, leaving you a 4.5 of unassigned fund balance. The rest of the slides are all sales tax. I won't go through them individually, but there is one item I want to point out on here. So you'll notice on the second to right-hand set of bars, healthcare services has a big spike this year. Our sales tax auditors closed out 2 very large audits and brought in just over $1 million from those 2 audits. That's taxpayer money that wasn't being remitted to us. So that's the only ones I wanted to point out for today. That's be open to any questions you might have.
Director Engels, thank you very much for the presentation. Member Wright, get us started.
Hi there, and congratulations again on becoming director. I just have one question.
Okay.
If someone ordered groceries online, I guess, and then they went to the store and picked them up, where would we see the tax revenue? And I'm talking about, I know groceries aren't food isn't taxed, but if they picked up taxable items, would we see it in, let's say, Area 4 tax income, or would we see it on the online sales income?
That would be in the individual area where the store is located.
It is. Okay, and what if those items were delivered outside of that area?
It would still be tied, that's a good question. No, those I think would still be tied to the store.
Okay, okay.
I don't think grocery stores and things like that track where they're delivering it to, as long as it's inside the city.
Okay, and would that be non-grocery stores also, like pet stores and stuff like that?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so, and I know we had this discussion a little bit last week when we met. Are we looking at those areas? There's a couple of areas that I'm concerned about where it looks like they're doing a little bit better after COVID, but they're still not doing great when it comes to the tax base. And those are the areas that are on that south of Bellevue and Broadway area, and then that west of Santa Fe near Federal and Bellevue area. Look a little bit better, but they're not looking great compared to the other areas of the city where their tax incomes are definitely improved.
Yeah, we're actually working on cleaning up our community rev system, which is where all these are tracked. And so in the next probably 2 months, we'll have a lot better information to bring to you for items like that. If it's specific to one business maybe, or one single area of businesses, we'll be able to identify that a little bit better.
Member Russell.
Thank you. And congratulations.
Thank you.
On your promotion. On the general fund balance composition, and you don't necessarily have to go there, but the $360,000 that's left for the ARPA funding, how long do we have to spend that?
So it's actually a little bit less than that. I got reports from departments just last week, but it wasn't in time to include in this. There's about another $80,000 that has been spent out of there. They have until the end of this year to have it under contract to be spent, and then they have until the end of 2026 to actually spend all of it.
Okay. And then also in the council communication at the bottom of the first page, it's the revenue highlights. It says charges for services are $164,000 higher than the previous year due to collections for the operation of city center property management. And then when you go to page 2 under the expenditures, it says on the bottom, $169,000 increase in charges for services revenue mentioned above. So is that just a typo on one of those? Are those two supposed to be the same number?
Yes, they are supposed to be the same number. I apologize for that.
That's okay, but which one is correct?
The 164 is correct.
Okay.
The other one should be 139. That's what the expenditure difference is.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay.
Any further questions? Director Engels, thank you very much for your presentation tonight.
Thank you.
Up next, we're moving to Sustainability Coordinator Melissa Englund and Company Yearout Energy, here to provide council with a project update on the energy performance contract.
Hey Mayor, hi City Council members. I'm here to introduce Yearout Energy. They are our energy service contractor who is performing our investment energy grade audit, which we initiated last year. So Yearout is going to present to you all their 60% project update, but they're also looking for direction from City Council on if you all would like to see potential renewable energy projects in that final investment grade audit they're going to produce. So I'll hand it over to Mike, but know that folks from the Public Works team and myself are here to answer any city specific questions.
Hi, I'm Mike Morris. I'm here representing Yearout Energy. I'd like to thank you all for being here and excited to tell you a little bit more about what we're doing. Can everybody hear me okay? Great. And you have the presentation. Am I, sorry, help me understand. Am I just Okay,
Yeah, there
perfect.
you go.
That was easy. Forward arrow. So, as Mel explained, we are performing an investment grade audit for the city of Inglewood. And that comprises 12 different sites, and you'll see a site list later on in this presentation. I want to tell you a little bit about, what we do as an energy performance contractor and what that process looks like. And then we'll work through some of the things in this project specifically, the baseline utility findings, and then FIMS. FIMS would be Facility Improvement Measure. Let me back up, EPC acronym, Energy Performance Contract. So Energy Performance Contract 101 recap, baseline utility findings, and then FIMS under consideration. And then we'll briefly discuss some of the scenarios that we're considering. In the EPC process, these are some of the milestones that we work through. You can see we've already made it through steps 1, 2, and now here we are on step 3 of 8. So here we are at the 60% workshop, which we actually conducted this morning with the city staff. And here we are to talk with you all tonight and get a little bit further guidance. This will continue on as we continue through the process, and the hopes is that we'll see the completion of this in construction and implementation, and then measurement and verification that what we said would happen, and that you're saving energy and cost through the process. So this is a little bit about what the EPC process is. It's a pretty old funding mechanism across the U.S., and it enables legislation in all the states and federal governments and local city governments as well, to be able to do projects and take on loans for work that needs to be done. And then what happens is that we'll find energy savings, and those energy savings we will guarantee, and then the loan will pay for that debt while the process is going through. And then at some point you have paid off the debt and you still have energy savings, and that's at the very end here, where you see that now you have lower operational costs, and now you have actually a budget where you have some overhead that you can allocate in various ways. And so, as I was saying a little bit about the EPC, is there's risk mitigation. So we guarantee the pricing of the construction project, and so there's no change orders. We guarantee the savings, and so we have to make sure that what we're saying will happen, does happen. And so we do a lot of in-depth calculations and make sure that we understand your buildings and your utility rates, and that we can guarantee what will happen after we perform the work. And we're not looking for just a quick come in and leave. We want to be here for the city and the surrounding communities, and make sure that we can be a partner for the long term. So we're working with the city to make sure that this is something that works for them and for the city buildings, in all the various ways. So as you look at a building, there's lots of different ways you can consider energy savings. We're looking into a lot of these. I wouldn't say we're looking into every one of these, but certainly you'll see some of these as we work through the slideshow. But just wanted to present this as just kind of considering what the building looks like, a building from the outside, yet you get into the parts and pieces, and it's complex and interconnected, especially in this day and age. And so what we do in this process is we'll find a variety of things, and you can see on the left is costs, and on the right is savings, energy savings, but those energy savings transfer into dollar savings. And some measures, they will have a larger upfront cost, HVAC equipment, for example, and it'll have a smaller savings. Other things like LED lighting will have a smaller upfront cost, especially that technology is a little bit more developed, and it will have a larger savings. So we try to find all those measures and try to bundle them together so that the cost and the savings offset. Ideally, the savings will actually be better than the costs, and then you have a project that pays for itself in a quicker time frame. So we'll go into the utility analysis. You can see that we've looked at over 60 meters and over 36 months worth of billing data, and the numbers that you see here are on an averaged annual basis. And so these are energy units. So we normalize the electricity, which is kilowatt hours. We normalize that into kBTUs, and then natural gas, which is therms, and we normalize that to kBTUs. And you can see the spread across these buildings. It's pretty even, natural gas and electricity. Now you'll see when we go to the next slide what happens with cost. Cost is that electricity is actually right now and today, it's much more costly for electricity than natural gas. So even though the usage was similar, your utility bills are actually much more heavily weighted paying for electricity. And you can see there for our project portfolio, it's $1.1 million is the annual utility spend. Benchmarking is something that we could do across all your buildings, and this is taken. It's called CBEX, is a U.S. national medium across buildings that are in similar categories. And so when we look at the recreation center, for example, we'll compare that with a national average of similar buildings like a recreation center. And so we can try to compare apples to apples. And the measure here is called energy use intensity. That's what EUI is. And so that's KBTUs per square foot per year. And so that's the energy, how you try to compare buildings and see how they stack up against other similar buildings. So you can see how the buildings in our project are comparing with national averages. Ideally, those are lower than the national average, and that would be working towards net zero and sustainable practices. And now this is some specifics about the project that we're doing. So you can see the buildings in our portfolio. Here we are at the Civic Center tonight. We also have the Inglewood Rec Center, Malley Senior Center, the Service Center. You can see the list there. Sums up to about 405,000 square feet total. Some of the FIMs that we're considering, LED lighting. We've done a complete lighting inventory across all the buildings, and we've inventoried right around 5,000 or 6,000 lights, and we found that 65% of them are currently not LEDs, or about 3,700 that still have an opportunity to be upgraded. Also lighting controls. So if you walk into a room and you have to turn on a switch, there's an opportunity there. Technology offers better options now. So we're inventorying all the lighting controls as well. The building envelope. Buildings, when they're built, hopefully they're not leaky. As that age, buildings age, and then window seals and door sweeps and those sorts of things get braille and brittle, and they can crack and leak. And so we do an envelope audit. We take a thermal imaging camera, and that's what that image on the right is. It's a heat map, and so the darker the color, the bluer is colder, and then the red or the yellows is hotter. And so that's a heat map where you can see where energy or heat is entering or leaving your building. And so here's some of the metrics that we've discovered on the buildings in our portfolio of opportunities where we can improve and save energy. Water conservation. We've estimated that through simple upgrades or fixes of the existing water infrastructure. These are like toilets or urinals, sinks. We're not suggesting that we go and replace all the porcelain, but this is just taking sort of the water portion of that, the valves, or the flush valves, and making sure that they're working as they should and just delivering the water that they need to in order to perform well. We've estimated that we can save 500,000 gallons a year across these buildings. High efficiency, low voltage transformers. These little boxes you've probably seen in a variety of places if you're knowing what you're looking for. But these just take electricity and convert it from one voltage to another voltage, and they're always running, passing electricity through. In 2007, the code changed, and now these have to be more efficient. But if they're older than 2007, there's room to improve. And so we look for the transformers that are that older code year, and we want to find energy savings with things that are just sitting there and using energy and creating heat where we don't want it. HVAC upgrades. So we also did a complete HVAC audit on all the buildings in this project portfolio. Of the units that we found were ready for replacement, we weren't trying to say, something that's 3, 4, 5 years old is ready for replacement, but the ones that were, total 57 units and over 700 tons of cooling capacity. And the average age of that equipment ready for replace is greater than 24 years that we averaged. We suggest an industry average that HVAC equipment has about a 20-year useful life. So the units here that are saying more than 24 years are ready for replacement. And that's also something, as Mel said, we're looking for guidance from the council for renewable energies. We're also looking for guidance in terms of how deep the energy or the HVAC upgrade retrofit should be, because this is something that is a little bit more capital intensive. It takes a little bit more money to get your equipment upgraded. There will be some energy savings, but it's not something that pays for itself. And so we'd like to understand how much, we should invest into this project to be able to get the buildings all upgraded as they should be. Destratification fans, you've probably seen these in industrial areas or even some rec centers, but a couple areas in the project portfolio can benefit from having these, which will help you feel cold in the summer months, pushing that air across you, and then in the winter months when the hot air rises, the fans help to push that hot air down, and so makes the space feel more comfortable and makes the thermostats happier when they're not trying to heat when the heat's up at the top of the ceiling. Solar PV. So we've looked at really what's the most solar that we could put for these project sites. And so this is the list of the most solar we feel comfortable. And this is a starting point where we can say, this is how much we could fit here in this land. And this is about the size of that solar array. And these are the sites that right now could benefit from solar in this project. And we're also investigating how the IRA might help the Inflation Reduction Act, which has direct pay for even non-tax-paying entities. And we're still understanding what that looks like exactly, but we believe that it's greater than 25% is probable off of the installed cost of your renewable energy systems. And so we've proposed carports and roof mounts, and even the picture that you see here is putting solar on top of the carports that are currently at the police headquarters with no solar on them currently. Another thing we're looking into is a newer technology, which I'm very excited about. This is PVT, so the T is thermal, so this is photovoltaic and thermal. So this is a combined panel that does PV for electricity and heats water on the thermal side. And so it actually takes the waste heat that's passed through the solar panel to heat water. And two places where this could be beneficial is at the rec center and at Pirates Cove. Pirates Cove actually has the most natural gas usage of the building in July. So when it's 100 degrees outside, using the most natural gas at that building, trying to heat the water for that facility. So something like this would work great there. And we're investigating the details of this to see if this will fit in the project and if we can guarantee the performance of this. But it looks like a very attractive payback, and also if we can get the IRA to pay for some of this for you. That's what we're looking into. This list here shows that the city has a capital improvements spreadsheet, and we've gotten access to see that and to find out what they were already planning on doing. And so these are the items that we found that the city was already planning on doing that would fit into the project as we're providing it. And so these dollars are dollars that we would consider we would already be doing the work for. So we're curious if this capital could be applied to our project. Is it greater than this, less than this, equal to exactly this? Something that we're curious if we can leverage this. And so a couple of scenarios that we're looking into as we presented to the city staff earlier this morning. We have a balanced energy project where you saw that slide where we're trying to balance the cost and the savings. And then we have that balanced energy project where then we add on things like solar carports or solar thermal pool heating. So it's like the base project plus renewables. So this is a general, what we call a FIM matrix. Sorry if it's a little hard to see, but the columns will show what the FIM is, and then the rows will show which building, and then the filled in bubbles will show which FIM applies to which building. And so this is a good functional tool to be able to see what the project consists of when we're bundling all these various things together. And so this is an example of what a balanced energy project might look like. And this slide here, it turns that previous scenario, turns all those bubbles black, and then just highlights with the green cells, or the green bubbles, what the renewable energy additions are. And so you can see in columns 11 and 13 and 14, which sites are getting which renewable energy technology. So some supplemental funding that we're investigating, like I already mentioned, the Inflation Reduction Act, and that can go towards solar PV and or battery storage, solar heat pump water heating. We're also looking into utility rebates through Xcel Energy, and then various grant sources I think everyone who's tried grants, that sometimes they're available, sometimes they just disappear, and it's always frustrating until it works. So then some of the milestones, I don't know why I had this one as an animation, but look, you all get an animation. So here we are on March 4th, 60% workshop. We're hopeful that in a month we can present a 90% workshop, and where we would come before the council again to present the final project as we've seen it bundled together. And the hope with that, we can go to project implementation this summer. And that's the presentation I have. I can open up to questions now.
Mr. Morris, thank you very much for the presentation. Any questions from members of council? Go ahead, Member Wright.
In looking at this, we have at I believe it's the sewer treatment plant, a building being built. At the service center, there's projected buildings being built, and at Allen Treatment. Are we looking at those buildings and how to make those buildings efficient as they're being built to implement some of this?
So was that at the Charles Allen filter plant?
Pardon me?
Was that at the Charles Allen filter plant?
The water.
Yes.
Water
thank
treatment
you.
plant?
Yes.
That's something that we have discussed before. We're in communication with the various personnel at that location. And if it's beneficial to them, we absolutely would like to offer our services in terms of taking a look at what they're doing and how we can join together and give them that consultation. But also want to be sure that the project that we're presenting isn't in tandem with that, or sort of doing the same things that, we might end up buying the same piece of equipment twice. If they were looking at replacing something, and so were we. So we're careful to try to keep those communication channels clear, but also if there's an opportunity to assist in those new buildings, yes, we are having those conversations.
Okay. Because there's 3 different sites that I know of that buildings are going, either currently going up or will be going up. So it just makes sense to me. If this is something that's going to be going forward, why not do it while we're building opposed to retro and say, why didn't we do it? So, all right, thank you.
Mr. Morris, just a quick question for me, and I'll go to Member Russell here next. I'm really trying to understand the costs and the savings aspect of it, the budget. And nothing against the presentation, but there just seems to be a very simplistic conversation about, here's the cost, here's the savings you're going to see, and it evens out. But we don't have those numbers yet. So I'm trying to understand, how is this going to be funded moving forward? I love what I'm seeing. I like to see us become more energy efficient, but I want to make sure that it actually fits within our budget. So can you talk a little bit more about how this gets funded, including some of the federal dollars that potentially we may receive as part of some of these projects?
Sure, yeah. That's a great question. The way we like to offer this at this particular stage in the process is at the 60%, we're trying to figure out exactly what the project looks like. And so the numbers and the costs are budgetary, but close. And so how you will fund this, or how you could fund this, it really happens differently for the various entities that we do projects for. But I think the most simplistic form would be that we would present you, we'll just give you round numbers, a $10 million project. And that $10 million project has, say, $2 million in energy savings, and in 20 years, it will pay for that entire project, and so we call that self-funding. If that same project is a $10 million project and only has $1 million in energy savings, we may require the city to put in $1 million to get to that $2 million, and now it's a 20-year project. And then if we can find savings greater, then you can see how that works. But so that delta to come up with that full amount to get the construction project started, that would be a loan that we would request that you go off and find funding for that. But what we found is that with the IGA report that we provide, it really helps open up lenders to be able to lend for these types of energy savings projects.
And that's something that we're going to see at 90%? Is that what you stated?
Yeah, at 90%, we would plan that we would have the project with the city identified as what's the full scope that we all have deem is the right project, and we would bring it to you with those numbers and potentially even a scenario if you want, the base plus in this particular example, we could have, here's this project with this capital, here's this project with this capital, which way would you like to approve?
And then at that point, we'll just go through our normal budget process in order to identify which projects we're going to move forward with.
Great.
Correct? Okay. Member Russell, go ahead.
Thank you. So my question was along the same lines about the initial cost of the implementation versus the recovery time, recovering that cost. And so you kind of answered that, but not totally.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't be able to do that really until the energy audit is completed.
Do what exactly? Offer that timeline?
Yes.
Well, we are, even today in our 60% with the city, that's what we're presenting is those timelines. And in some projects where you have a big energy savings, then that payback period is something, 10, 12, 14 years. What we found with this particular project is because there's so much capital intensive equipment like the HVAC, it's not that the energy savings are so great that the payback is attractive, but it's to do a 20-year payback, how much capital would have to go into this. And so that's just the nature of this particular project, having so much capital heavy components to it. Does that answer your question?
I think it does for now. How much did this energy audit cost the city? Just the audit itself?
I want to say it was 100,000, right around that. Yeah, I think it was about 100,000. This is something where we're with the Colorado Energy Office. We have an agreed upon rate, and that's a dollars per square foot. I can't remember the exact number, maybe 20 cents per square foot for the buildings in scope. And so that's how the energy audit was actually budgeted or agreed upon.
Okay, and if we then decided that we do want you to look at renewable energy, is that going to increase the cost of the study?
As long as we're staying relatively within the overall schedule as we've shown, then all of those things are answers that we want to help you all get to. If renewables should be in, I think when we get into the consideration of if we need an answer, say in 2 weeks to be able to hit our April 90%, and then we don't find out for months, that may stall our progress, and where we might have to say renewables won't fit into this project because we need to close the books on this project, and we'd happily enter into a phase 2 to be able to look into further energy saving projects.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Member Wright?
Okay. Remember, thank you. Okay, talking about this recovery, my concern would be the recovery would take longer than the building would last. We have some buildings that are older, and there's discussions on either major repairs or just knock them down and rebuild them. So what if we fall into that category? I mean, I could think of several buildings off the top of my head where, we may need to scrape and rebuild, and then we add this cost of recovery on top of that. We're looking at a lot of taxpayer money.
Yeah.
In the midst of that.
So those are conversations that, as long as the city staff knows, hopefully we know. And so even for the Civic Center, for example, we're aware that maybe this is not more than 5 years from end of life, potentially. And so, our directive has been, we're not going to propose things that take longer than that. But for now, we're not sure on the fate of this building. So we've done the audits and we've presented the numbers in case you do decide to keep it. And now we have something that we can start to work towards.
Right, and I was thinking Broken Tea also. It needs
Sure.
some work.
Yeah,
and
that
some
one just
other
came to our
places.
attention in the last week.
It just,
Yep.
I'm thinking recovery costs could end up costing taxpayers a whole lot of money for
Sure.
buildings that may no longer exist. So,
Yeah.
all
So
right,
it's great.
thank-
It's great to know that as we're working through this, and so that can fall off of this project if indeed that building is going to end up, being demoed, for example.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Member Ward?
Number 8, sort of stole my thunder there. That was going to be my question about the life of a building compared to the length of the energy improvements. Somewhat related to that, on the subject of solar, when I saw that solar slide and I looked at the number of panels in various buildings, the number of panels appear to far exceed energy production for that building's needs. Is that the goal here? Is that we're looking at making some buildings net generators? Does Excel offset for the entire city account the cost of that generation, or how exactly does that work when generation in one location exceeds what that location is using?
Yeah, it's a great question. Good observation as well. As I mentioned with that slide, we've started by just saying what's the most that we could do just based on the geography of the sites. So that's a starting point we can scale back from. But to answer your question about Xcel Energy, they do what's called net virtual metering, which is what you're discussing, where you can overgenerate in one site and it can credit at another site. We've tried to have those conversations with Xcel, and what we found so far is they offer up a program to get into that maybe once a year. And if you can get into that, then yes, they will entertain net virtual metering. What we've heard though is that, they open that up and the developers, they're waiting to scoop up all of those various available
Answered that.
plots. So it's not likely that we will be able to get one of those particular opportunities. And so if we do not, then we would size for generally about a 70% offset for each particular site after the energy upgrades.
Then, somewhat related to that question, we have solar in place in some of our buildings currently. I haven't seen any statistics or data on how that is performing or what exactly it's costing us. But I wonder if we have included in this analysis what it would look like if we went with a different vendor or perhaps chose to own our own panels and got out of the contract that we're currently in, compared to just maintaining it for the time being. And how that contract is performing overall currently, I think, is an aspect of the city's energy performance.
Yeah, so actually this was a memo that we received, I believe, in November to do that study, to analyze what those panels are doing. Are they doing what the contract was intended to do? Are they saving the city money? Are they costing the city money? So we have done an initial analysis of that, working through exactly what the implications are. And we're going to be presenting a tool to the city staff that we can show this is how you can work it. You can, when you get a new month of invoices, plug these in against the Excel rates and see, are you doing better or worse? So that's something that we're working up. Initial findings to just to give you initial findings. We believe that the panels aren't hurting you, but they may not be helping you a ton. And the biggest challenge is that the sites that the panels are on are in a utility rate that has a demand component and a consumption component. And so the panels will produce, an offset for the consumption, but we cannot guarantee if they'll reduce the demand. And so putting solar on those types of utility rates, you can't guarantee if they're going to save you costs off the demand. And so that's something that's really hard to say if they're helping you more than it appears they might be or not.
That's more than I've heard on that topic in quite some time. So thank you very much.
All right, members of council, we're getting over on this item. If you could just ask your question, then provide direction if you have enough information on how to move forward. It sounds like we will see you again here in about a month or two. So
we hope so.
Member Frank?
Sure. I just had a quick question on the Yearout Energy will write a check if the savings are not realized. So how does that work? Is it based on projects identified within the audit? And then are there future audits to come that we would have to pay for where you're continuing to monitor like the projections of savings versus what we're actually realizing? And I guess the last piece of that would be, in the years of you doing business, have you had to write out checks?
Yeah, good question and good catch. That was something that was in there, and you had good eyes. So we've written one check. one check. And how it works is that, yes, we will be around after we finish the work because we want to see that our work is performing because we know we're on the hook if it's not. Also, in our contract, there's going to be certain language that if the building operation changes drastically, if your hours of operation improve, if you decide that you want to make the recreation center into a 24-hour fitness and encourage people to come all hours of the day, and that changes the building use. So that would offer us to say, hey, this is what we agreed on, and it's changed. So let's agree on how the change looks going forward. But yeah, we will be analyzing the performance of the buildings, the energy that we expected, and the energy that you're actually using, and then looking that you're doing better than we actually projected. And that is what we've seen, is that if we've suggested that you might save 25% energy, we've seen our projects saving 35 or 40% energy. So that's what we hope to bring to the table, is that you're performing better than we even suggest.
And Member Noonan-Kemp.
Member Pring asked my question, so I'll yield.
Okay, perfect. All right, everyone.
Can I just ask
Sure, go ahead, Member Russell.
How long have you been in business?
I believe we've been in business for 10 years now.
10 years?
Yep.
Okay.
12 years,
Okay, thank you.
plus or minus.
All right, everyone. In terms of providing direction, I prefer to get as much information as possible and then make a decision at that point whether or not some of these renewable projects make sense. Definitely in favor of the low-hanging fruit. Some of these I definitely want to see move forward, but would like to see some information on the renewable projects as well. Anyone disagree with that? It looks like we have some nodding heads. All right. Go ahead, Member Russell.
Actually, I'm not necessarily in favor of spending a lot more money to get this information. I'm okay with the low-hanging fruit. I'm okay with, there is a statement in the council action requested. It says, a phased approach would see just the most critical equipment being replaced, but would only affect a small portion of the city buildings. If that's what makes sense, that's what we need to do, but I don't want to increase the budget spending tremendously. So I'm not in favor of spending a lot of money to get a lot more information.
Thank you, Member Russell.
Thank you.
Anyone agree? I think at this point, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
What are we talking about? The difference in price in terms of the cost of doing a full audit with all the renewable projects versus limiting the scope?
I'm not aware of a price delta.
Right.
As long as we're within this.
The way that I understood it was
contract.
part of the scope of the
Yeah.
original contract
Okay.
to begin
Yes.
with. So, okay.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Morris, thank you very much for the information today.
Yes, thank you all.
Very informative, and we'll speak again here in about a month or so.
All right. Thank you all for your
Thank
questions.
you so much. All right, moving up next, Director of Parks, Christina Underhill, and Mr. Anderson here to discuss the Parks and Recs Go Bond. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Christina Underhill, Director of Parks, Recreation, Library, Golf. With me tonight is Brad Anderson, Deputy Director of Parks and Recreation, and Adrian Torres, our Open Space Manager. So tonight we're going to talk about the Parks and Recreation General Obligation Bond that could potentially go on the ballot this November. You have seen some of this presentation last year when we were anticipating going after this last year, but we've postponed to this year as it has to be during a special election. The previous bond that we had from 2001, 2002 actually sunsetted in December of 2023. So last year it sunsetted, and that was costing taxpayers about $85 for a house valued at $500,000. So that was an annual cost to our taxpayers that is no longer this year. In 2024, we're proposing projects up to $50 million, and I'll give you a couple different options for that. The $50 million includes 10 parks and 2 of our facilities, Pirates Cove and the Inglewood Recreation Center. And tonight, we're not asking for a dollar amount. We're just asking if you want to have us proceed and advertise the potential bond for November. We'll come back in early June for another study session to really dig into the dollar amount that you may be comfortable moving forward with and what projects you'd like to see happen. So some of the benefits of the bond is increasing sustainability. Improving water management, a lot of our irrigation systems are 20, 30 years old and just not very efficient any longer. And also reducing turf throughout our parks. We have a lot of passive turf grass areas that really aren't used for much, and so changing some of those to more native landscaping to attract the pollinators and beautify our parks, and also set an example for our residents if they're also looking for turf reduction options for their homes. Efficiency, obviously, when you have newer equipment, new playgrounds, new irrigation systems, they're a lot more efficient. We'll use a lot less water, hopefully. ADA improvements, some of our paths in our parks may not exist or be old, and if somebody's in a wheelchair or as a walker or whatever it may be, they may not be able to access as many areas in our parks as they would like. Revenue generation is another area that this bond would hit. For the farm, we have some proposals for that. Down at Bellevue Park, the pavilion rentals all in our park system. We're looking to add more of those. Pirates Cove, adding some new amenities, as well as the Englewood Recreation Center, improving some different areas that could potentially activate some space there as well. Speaking of activation, we have some parks that are very passive, which means there's no activities there. And maybe you can have a picnic, but there's no playgrounds or nothing else you can do in that park, but just enjoy the park itself. And so activating areas like Miller Field is a great example of, and I'll have some pictures to show you of that. And also attracting teens and teen programming. That's a challenging area for us. And we try every year to do some really cool teen programs, and sometimes we succeed and sometimes we don't. So really this bond is for everyone. Every resident can benefit from this. This shows you where the bond projects are. So the ones in red would be the proposed bond projects. The blue circles on there would be previous parks that we've renovated between 2020 and 2023. So we are hitting every area of Englewood with this bond and other improvements that we've done. So these are the park projects. All of these parks would get some sort of renovation if the bond were to pass. I'll go through each one of those. And then recreation facility projects, and I'll go through these too, but the rec center and Pirates Cove, really bringing those into today. Some of it's outdated. The locker rooms at the Englewood Recreation Center, if you've been in there, they're definitely aged. We clean them, but sometimes they don't look clean, and so making improvements like that there. So this is the budget, and this is how it's broken down. So for parks, we're looking at $26.6 million investment into those 10 parks, spread out through those 10 parks. The Pirates Cove, $9 million, Englewood Recreation Center, just over 10. We're estimating construction use tax and permitting, possibly $2.4 million. That could change just a little bit and go down some. And then the project manager, we have to complete 85% of these projects in 3 years. And we have great staff, but we also have day jobs too that we have to focus on and keep the programs that we do day in and day out running. And so bringing on a project manager for this would be really important. So with all that, we're just under the $50 million mark for all these projects. So this is how we've broken it down just to consider. If you wanted to reduce the amount, we have the $50 million, which covers everything we'll show you tonight. It could be reduced to $40 million, which may mean you have to pick Pirates Cove or the Englewood Recreation Center, however you choose. Of the parks, or some of the renovations we're proposing could be broken down just down to $40 million or $30 million, doing potentially 7 parks, Miller Field or Bellevue, or Pirates Cove or the Rec Center. So that's just for consideration. We don't need a decision tonight for that. So jumping into the parks, Bard Park is more of a passive park to get to Charles Hay World School down there, but ultimately we want to improve the pathways throughout the park, add a nature playground. Charles Hay does have a playground, but it's closed during school hours, so this would give an opportunity for kids to play while school is in session if they're not in school yet. And the pathways are ADA. There's a bridge at this park that does not meet any ADA compliance, so we'd want to update that so you could actually go across the bridge if you were in a wheelchair or had any sort of disability that may cause you to have challenges crossing that, and so we bring that up into compliance. That park's just barely over $700,000 for those improvements. Centennial Park, we just did some renovations over there with a new playground, picnic shelter, and restroom as of last year. What we're proposing for Centennial Park is actually a bike park. It would be a regional destination for BMXers, mountain bikers to come to Centennial Park. It is right off the Mary Carter Greenway Trail, so we think it's a perfect location for a bike park. And it would actually tie in nicely to that trail, so you could have a little fun before you go to work right off that path there. Our closest competition would be Ruby Hill, which is in Denver, and that is a dirt bike park. We're proposing asphalt, so it could be open annually, year-round, even during snowy days. We could plow it, and people could still use it. Clarkson Amherst Park, so this is a very passive park currently. There's really not a lot there. We're recommending adding a new playground, a nature play area, a community garden, a little pump track, so kids on scooters or little bikes could go there and ride their bike around the park. And then connecting the park with pathways. Right now it's just grass, and so there is no concrete path throughout this park. Also, we're proposing reducing turf in this park to add some native plantings, but we still have turf so people can enjoy some green space as well. Cushing Park, through our master plan process and all the off-leash dog talks, Cushing Park's kind of always been on the table for off-leash area. On the west side of the park, there isn't really a lot of use there other than the trail passing through. And we'd like to propose adding just under or over a half an acre fenced dog park into this area. This was something that was requested for a few years, and I think we can add that in there very easily. We'd also like to replace the playground at Cushing Park. It's over 20 years old, and we'd like to add something that's new and fun at Cushing. Emerson Park is also somewhat of a passive park, but we like to add some trailways through the park, some pathways, a crosswalk to get over to the east side of the street, just on the other side of Emerson there, and activate that space with pathways, a nice little playground there for kids. In the bigger area, we'd also put in a picnic shelter and some new trees, and really activate this park for that neighborhood and visitors that come there. So this is a big change for Miller Field. It's very rare to see a lot of people using Miller if it's outside of a sports program. And so we'd like to activate this park with a play area, a splash pad, pathways, lighting. We really want to activate this park, and I'll show you some better pictures here that highlights that. So where the current parking lot is for Miller Field, that's actually now where we propose to put a splash pad and a pavilion that we could have concerts there, movie nights, and people could come out in the summertime and enjoy that. Also a restroom facility. Currently we put up porta potties, which aren't as fun as a nice restroom facility. We preserve the historic sign of Miller Field and keep that as part of our park. We do lose one baseball, softball field here at this park, but we activate it in a different way. This is looking west, kind of northwest across the park, so we still keep the large baseball field. You can see how there's new sidewalks and landscaping. All parking goes to on-street parking, and we actually gain more spots for parking for larger events if we move the parking to on-street. Then we jump over to Northwest Greenbelt, adding some educational signs for Harvard Gulch right in the middle of that park. This is one of our off-leash areas as well. So we want to keep some turf for the dogs and for kids and neighbors to come down and play, but we also are going to transform a lot of that turf along the gulch to native landscaping. So to reduce a lot of the maintenance. The guys have to mow that, our parks crews have to mow that, and it's very challenging. So native planting would mean less maintenance over time. I'll zoom in here. So we'd like to also extend the play area, add some picnic shelters, actually put a restroom there too because it is a regional trail passed through into Denver, and we really think the park could benefit and the park users could benefit by adding an actual restroom at this facility. Rotolo Park. With this one, we want to add some sidewalks that connect Jason Street into Rotolo. That's been a request from some of the neighbors of this park. So right now it's just turf. Pathways through. This would turn into ADA accessible pathways into the park to access the playground. We'd add a flushable toilet, a restroom there. We'd actually reduce a lot of the turf into native at this park as well. And this connects over to the Southwest Greenbelt. So actually make a nice connection from Rotolo over with a crosswalk into Southwest Greenbelt. We're going to improve some of the culvert there, reduce the turf again, adding native to the north side of Southwest Greenbelt. We're also proposing putting in a little play area, native nature play, as well as a picnic shelter at this park, so activating it again. And the Bellevue's a big park as well. It's an active park. I wouldn't say this is not an active park. It's very busy, especially in the summer months, but it needs some love. And so we're proposing more ADA pathways throughout the park, some areas that don't exist, like from Whitaker Drive down to the softball field. You have to go around. There's no great way to get down there. And so adding an ADA pathway, doing improvements to the tennis courts, to the landscaping, improving lighting. We did install 6 solar lights at the park, and it looks great. So we'd like to continue that program further at this park and maybe others as well. Improve some of the areas that have deteriorated over time, so it's more accessible for all. So the Farm and Train is an area that's extremely popular in the summer months. It gets a lot of love, and we want to really fix this area up. So adding a new picnic shelter pavilion area for groups. We get a lot of school groups, a lot of homeschool groups that come out, and then parents with their kids throughout the summer. So restrooms that are close by the farm, that doesn't exist currently. It'd be beneficial not only for our staff, but for visitors to the farm. Also a brand new building for the farm. The barn that we have out there is aged. In fact, we just had a fire inspection out there and we have to make some improvements. So maybe now is the time to fix that up and make it more accessible. Have an education area, a gift shop, something we're always asked about if they can host classes there or people want to buy our shirts or stickers or whatever else. So it's another revenue generator for the Farm and Train. And then the Englewood Recreation Center. So this is the $10.4 million project. The big project we presented last year was a surf simulator. We also had a ninja course in there. We've actually taken that out. In time, we've talked to other facilities that have the ninja course. It drops into the pool area, so you can use it for fitness or challenge. And they said it's not as heavily used as they hoped it would be, and it's quite expensive to have inspected year after year. So we've taken that off the table and added a few other things I think people would really like. So the surf simulator, pickleball courts on the north side of the Englewood Recreation Center. Currently, there's an unused sand volleyball court. There's actually 2 courts. We could potentially fit 4 pickleball courts back there, a pavilion. Updated locker rooms. Like I said, our locker rooms are very dated. So updating those, improved landscaping. A big request we always get is, can we get a spa? We've added that to the list to add a spa at the Englewood Recreation Center and also improve the pool decking that exists there. So all of that is $10.5 million. And then Pirates Cove. So the large competition pool on the east side of Pirates Cove leaks. It's old, it's aged out. And so we're proposing to go towards something that's much more water efficient. So adding in those slides that you see, the red and blue slides there and the yellow, adding those in and reducing the catch pool at the bottom significantly. It's much more shallow. You don't need as many lifeguards, and it's a lot less maintenance. We're also proposing adding a mat racer, which is that yellow slide along the north side of the park. It'd be a new amenity to the park that I think is very attractive and exciting for park visitors, as well as adding some new pavilions that could be rented for visitors that come to Pirates Cove. And that's just about $9 million for those. So in working with communications, they've helped us develop a community engagement plan. And so these are just some of the ways that we'll be doing engagements throughout the year, whether it be online, print, or coming to special events. We'll be at neighborhood nights, at all special events leading up to when you finally make the decision for the bonds. The Parks and Recreation Commission is very supportive of this. In fact, we have a letter that supports this bond moving forward. And so Chris Hargeth, our Director of Communications, on the call if you have any questions about the community engagement plan. So again, here's the budget breakdown. I just want to remind you all, we did do a survey with Magellan Strategies last year to find out if there was any appetite to move forward with the bond last year. And in talking with them, they believe this data is still valid. In fact, they believe we have a much better chance at this bond passing this year because it's a presidential election. And typically your voter turnout is much higher during a presidential election than a different general election. So this is just showing that we asked residents that received this survey what was most important and surprisingly.
Actually, Director Underhill, do you mind if I just cut you off there? We're already at time,
Okay.
but I want to, if you could just highlight just a couple of these slides.
Yeah, definitely.
Just to get the questions.
I'll just show you real quick here. 53% last year for that election would pass. When they ask about the current bond sunsetting, would you be more apt to vote for this? It went up to 57%. So just so you know, if we did a $4 million increase with this $50 million bonds, a taxpayer that has a home that's valued at $100,000 would be paying $26.70 annually. It's $133.50 annually for a $500,000 home. For that, you can see that the 2001-2002 bond costs was about $84 for the $500,000 home. So there was a question that was asked by council of what projects we're not covering and what capital we have left. We have about $20 million left of capital that we wouldn't be covering with this $50 million bond request. And again, we'll come back in June to go through the bonds, the language and everything.
Sounds great. Director Underhill, thank you very much. All right, members of the public, as you can see, we're going to go a little long on this item. Hopefully we can start public comment around 7:15 or 7:20, but any questions for members of council? No questions? Oh, wow. I guess, Member Noonekamp, go ahead.
I'll just ask one very briefly, because the price tag for capital projects not included in the bond is still significant. Can you just explain to us why you landed at this list, and do you feel confident about the funding for the other things? What's the critical nature of these?
Yeah, so what we've highlighted for the $50 million to us is critical. It'll take us a long way in the path of improving our parks and our facilities. The additional capital is something that our Parks Department and our facilities side, we have other funds that we can look at, CTF, Conservation Trust Fund, Open Space Funds, to look at strategically funding those other projects as the year go. And we have other grant opportunities too through Open Space, Arapahoe County, and so forth. So we're confident that I think over the next 20 years, we definitely can address many of these needs.
Great, thank you.
Member Prang?
Thank you. I won't ask you to give me your 2-minute elevator stump speech on why now. But I will ask, were we to want to reduce the price and have to make a choice between Pirates Cove and Englewood Rec Center, would you have a recommendation on what your department would prefer to see?
That's a good question, and we need both, and that's the
Yes.
challenge. And so that's why we've put the heavy lift on all of you to think about. I mean, it's something we'll discuss too as we move forward the next few months. We're going to be doing a lot of outreach to the public still to advertise this, and we'll take feedback from the public as well and ask them what they'd like to see move forward, and we'll have that for you in June.
That'd be great. Thanks.
All right, any other questions? If not, I could just start off in terms of recommendations or how I'm leaning. I love everything that I saw in here, but I am a little concerned about the price tag. Just some of the things that I do value. I know that the survey results weren't as big on doing the rec center and Pirates Cove, but to me, those are two of the more important projects that we should prioritize. So I'm in favor of that. I've spoken to a few citizens. Obviously, it's just anecdotal, but I like to keep the passive parks the way they are. Maybe add some benches, but I don't see the need of actually making them full-blown parks, especially since they're pretty close to other parks. Clarkson and Amherst are real close to Bates Logan. The only one that doesn't really have anything going on right now is Miller Park, so I would look to prioritize that. I would like to get closer to that $30 million bond than the 40 or 50 million. So that's where I stand. I don't think we get there with just the estimates that you gave, but when you come back in June, that's what I would be looking for. So
Excellent, thank you.
Member Wright.
My question is, on those other parks though, are they going to be ADA compliant, where if you just want to wheel in those green belts in those parks, as someone that advocates for the disabled, I know my husband and I went to Rotolo Park, and I couldn't do anything there because I couldn't walk and access that park, and it's difficult, and I think that's something that is so important, even those green belts and stuff. So that would be my question with those areas.
The goal is to make everything as ADA accessible as we can. We're actually doing an ADA audit currently of facilities and parks, and so we'll have some more answers too for what's not accessible and what is maybe almost there that could maybe not take as much of an investment.
And I will say, when we went to Bates Logan and what has been done there, it's night and day. It just, even in those areas where it's kind of hilly, if there's a handrail for people that, have some disabilities to hang on and stuff, that where it may not cost so much and stuff like that. So I agree, it's a big price tag, but to make things accessible for everybody. So I don't know. So thank you.
No, we'll look into that. Thank you.
Remember, right, just to clarify, so based on my comment about the $30 million price tag, your question was, will it make those parks ADA compliant at that $30 million bond?
Right, but even if people can, even the greenbelt areas and stuff, if they can, the sidewalk areas, if they're wheelchair accessible or even walker accessible. So.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Member Newnham?
I'll weigh in. I would like to see the bond go to the ballot this year. I support us moving forward. I'm not going to weigh in yet on what I think should necessarily be included in the price. I'd like to see what you guys come back with after some more citizen outreach this summer. Although I would like to see us get the most we can for the moment that we have. I think our parks need it. My caution would just be, I'd like to see us invest in things that will be timeless and used over time, less like the trendy thing. So even, some of the changes that you've made to what you're recommending at the rec center, I think is helpful as we do more research. It also makes me nervous that we maybe could have done that last year and then maybe regretted it. So something like a surf simulator is less exciting to me, or kind of less compelling than something that, improves the green space. So I would just make sure we have the right balance of things in it, but I'd like to see it move forward.
Anyone else with any comments? Director Underhill, thank you so much for that quick presentation, and looking forward to the conversation again here in June. So,
excellent. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Everyone, are we ready to just move forward with the meeting? Let's do it. So with that, everyone, I call this meeting to order. If you're able to do so, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. City Clerk, if you could please take roll call.
Yes, good evening. Mayor Pro Tem Anderson,
Present?
Member Newnham,
Present?
Member Praying,
Present?
Member Russell,
Present.
Member Ward,
Present.
Member Wright,
Present.
Mayor Sierra.
Present.
All 7 present.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 5, minutes from the regular city council meeting on February 19th. Any changes to the minutes? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve?
I move to approve the minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I get a second?
Second?
Thank you, Member Praying. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson,
Aye.
Member Newnham,
Aye.
Member Praying,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Member Ward,
Aye.
Member Wright,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 6, we're here to recognize Director of South Platte Renew and Inglewood Utilities, Peter Van Rye. Where are you, Peter? Oh, there you are. Peter, here at City Council in the city, we would like to recognize you for being nominated and successfully being appointed to the National Association of Clean Water Agencies Board of Directors here in October 2023. The NACWA is a national leader in shaping clean water regulatory policy and legal advocacy for the clean water industry. And as part of the board, Peter, you will represent South Platte Renew and be directly involved in setting strategic direction for national wastewater policy at the federal level, as well as the industry as a whole. So congratulations, Peter, on your appointment. And I believe, weren't you just at the initial conference last month?
Yeah, actually thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. I was actually just at the NACWA winter meeting where we discussed, again, there was a board meeting, but we were also discussing many of the regulatory issues that are facing clean water agencies, so wastewater agencies, also stormwater agencies across the U.S. And I would say that one of the bigger areas is what the federal government is looking to implement for regulations and how that affects all of us at a local level, and that ability to have that connection for our organization, South Platte Renew, to that federal conversation through through NACWA is, I think, one of the important things about being appointed to this board. And so it gives us that direct connection to the federal level. There's been multiple times last year where NACWA board members testify before Congress on issues that affect wastewater facilities across the U.S. And so this gives us a much more direct connection through that appointment.
That's great, Director. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Take a picture. Peter, you mind taking a picture with me?
I would love to.
All right, everyone, we're now moving on to scheduled public comment. The deadline to sign up to speak for scheduled public comment is Wednesday by 5 p.m. prior to the meeting through the city clerk's office. This is an opportunity for the public to address city council. There is an expectation that the presentation will be conducted in a respectful manner. Council may ask questions for clarification, but there will not be any dialogue, and please limit your presentation to 5 minutes. Tonight, Member Wright will be giving a response to public comment. And up first is Kathleen Bailey, an Inglewood resident, here to address council regarding the need for a 25-year rain event, capacity infrastructure in upstream half of the South Inglewood Basin. Good evening, Ms. Bailey. If you could just state your name and your address across street. There should be a gold star there.
The gold star.
There you are.
Turn it off, or did I turn? Okay, thank you. Whew. I'm freezing in here. Kathleen Bailey, Jason, and Union. Good evening, Inglewood citizens. The upstream half of the South Inglewood Basin remains in critical need of actual 25-year rain event capacity infrastructure. The video I am playing was taken at 6:34 p.m. from inside Frank's Pizza on the 4700 block of Broadway at the corner of Broadway and Union. And just before 7 p.m., police were responding to a 911 call of a woman trapped in the basement of a home on the 4600 block of Acoma. A major 25-year rain event had hit the upstream half of the South Inglewood Basin beginning at 6:10 p.m. on July 24, 2018, and ended at 7 p.m. after dropping 1.95 inches deep of water across the entire area in just 60 minutes, resulting in a flash flood that inflicted devastating property damage, threatened multiple lives, and tragically claimed the life of a trapped young woman through absolutely no fault of any of those flood victims. Based on the recent 2020 Mile High Flood District Dewberry report, Inglewood residents are subject to two types of flooding, riverine and localized. Riverine flooding is where a river or creek or gulch system overflows its banks into its floodplain. This type of flood occurs when a long period of heavy rain falls across a region where a river or creek flows and drains into the open channel, causing the river or creek to spill over their banks and flood into their floodplain. Localized flooding occurs where a natural precipitation drainage way has been blocked by development. When a major rain event hits an area where the natural drainage way path is blocked, it causes a canyon channeling effect along the structures that can result in powerful deep flash flood water. The Mile High Flood District recognizes riverine and localized flooding as both very dangerous. But this CM, Public Works staff, and the council believe that only riverine flooding is worthy of significant dollar investment. The South Englewood Basin, on the other hand, is the city's largest precipitation drainage way, and this city itself blocked the entire drainage way with residential development throughout the upstream half and residential and commercial development throughout the downstream half. The video that is playing is an example of a deadly, localized flash flood. For a brief period of time, this council actually planned to protect those families by replacing the aged, dangerously inadequate 2-year rain event capacity main trunk line pipe with 25-year rain event capacity main trunk line pipe from South Clarkson all the way to Cherokee for $7.4 million, based on the 2018 Calibre study that took over a year to produce. But after the flood, C.M. Lewis came on board from Longmont, where he was working on wayfinding, and simply declares that not that many people were impacted by the flood. And he, Public Works, and staff and their in-house consultants presented to council with 2020 Altug plan that took them just 2 weeks to produce, and falsely claimed that their Altug plan would upsize the upstream half of the South Englewood Basin to 25-year rain event capacity for 1/4 the cost of the Calibre plan. That incredible claim should have set off alarm bells for City Council, but it didn't. Had Council bothered to read the actual Altug plan, on page 2 of Altug's 4-page hydraulic summary and recommendations report, Altug actually declares that their directive from the city was simply to, quote, improve the stormwater conveyance during significant rainfall and, quote, optimize the current system capacity. Optimizing a 2-year rain event capacity system does not produce a 25-year rain event capacity system. Altug plans was significantly cheaper than the Calibre plan simply because it did not increase the capacity of the existing system. C.M. Lewis also falsely claimed that the downstream detention structure will also serve the upstream half of the South Englewood Basin. But the upstream half has a completely separate area, also with undersized pipe system, that begins at our eastern border at South Clarkson and will only be served by installation of its own 25-year rain event capacity infrastructure. And actual evidence of the Altug lie occurred on 6/22/23, when, per the Mile High Flood District, the city was hit with a 10-year rain event. But that 10-year rain event caused minor flooding in the same area the Altug plan touted, where the Altug plan touted tweaks were already installed, disproving the Altug claim. I hope I have elicited citizens' concerns for the vulnerable families in the upstream half, and I implore you to register your concerns that this city should provide those families with actual 25-year rain event capacity infrastructure. Thank you.
Ms. Bailey, thank you very much for your time tonight. Any questions for members of council? Seeing none, Ms. Bailey, thanks for your time. Up next is Chris Cardova, here to address council regarding standards behavior policy. Mr. Cardova, if you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Hello, my name's Christopher Cordova. I'm not going to give my address. I feel as though I'm being a bit breadcrumbed by City Council. I've had members say, thank you for reminding us of our responsibilities to the Constitution, things of that nature, yet no one's reached out to me, so here we are again in 5-minute increments over the course of almost 3 months. Miss Wright, you're the only one that gave me your card. I appreciate that, although I wasn't able to actually speak to you, and I'm just hoping that the rest of council hasn't gotten to you to intimidate you out of that. Mr. Anderson, you asked me if I support the viewing of pornography. And it's kind of a weird question to ask because I've said multiple times that I do not support viewing of pornography in a library, but I have said that it's unconstitutional and that the benefits of banning it doesn't outweigh the risk. You said last time, quote, if there are unconstitutional things in them, as I have said before, I want to get rid of those things. Well, banning pornography is one of those things. You also said, quote, I think it is well within our rights to have a library that these kind of behaviors result in getting temporarily banned from the library, end quote. what an ignorant thing to say. You think you have the right to ban constitutionally protected activity. And lastly, you said, quote, a lot of those standards of behavior are totally appropriate. So thanks for exposing that you believe that banning constitutionally protected activity is totally appropriate. Mr. Ward, you said, quote, it strikes me as the type of First Amendment complaint that I would be willing to expend city funds to defend, end quote. So you want to use taxpayer dollars to attack the First Amendment. If you guys don't agree with the Constitution and what it stands for, why on earth would you become city council members and swear an oath to it? We have a word for that. It's called treason. While pornography might be, quote, obscene to some under the colloquial meaning of the word, it is not de facto legally obscene, which is to say it's protected under the First Amendment. Rebecca Winning, former Associate Director of Communications for Jefferson County Public Library, said, quote, we rarely get complaint from patrons about being exposed to graphic images. Again, it's not very likely. It could happen, but we live in a world of duality, this 3D reality we live in. You can't have up without down, left without right, or good without bad. And if you try to pretend like bad doesn't exist, the universe will balance itself out. This is not magic. This is science. This is an immutable law of the universe. And as Einstein would say, the theory of relativity. Standards set forth by the American Library Association recommends against filtering computers, let alone banning patrons from the library, as restricting access to constitutionally protected speech violates the Library Bill of Rights. Again, back to Rebecca Winning, quote, we follow the law. If the law allows access to certain information that you or I might find objectionable, we allow patrons to access it, end quote. 1943 case of Martin versus City of Struthers states that the First Amendment protects the right to receive speech. So regardless of whether or not you believe it's moral, it is unconstitutional. That's my point. And you're going to get yourself a civil rights lawsuit. You're already going to get sued from Robert for banning him from a park based on the standards of behavior policy. When you take people's liberties away bit by bit, it leads society into a state of totalitarianism. And the founders warned us of this, and clearly we are less free today than we were during the founding of this country. Gary Johnson, former governor of New Mexico, said it simply but effectively when he said, quote, every time you pass a law, it is a little bite out of freedom. And that is why the benefit does not outweigh the risk. So let's talk about possible solutions without infringing upon people's civil liberties. How about you put screen protectors like Jefferson County did, and you make them wear headphones? This would be a time, place, and manner restriction that is permissible as it is narrowly tailored to serve a significant government interest while leaving open an ample alternative. Sounds simple enough. So I am still requesting that all rules and standards of behavior policy be lifted. And Ms. Niles, the fact that you have let this standards of behavior nonsense continue for this long is ridiculous. What kind of advice are you giving Mr. Lewis? And Mr. Lewis, after your comment last time that it's illegal to curse in a city facility, I'm now asking City Council to terminate Mr. Lewis. I'm also asking for the immediate resignation of Mr. Ward and Mr. Anderson. And if you don't do so, I will be facilitating a petition to recall on June 6th. Because Sean Lewis, Steve Ward, and Joe Anderson are all in violation of their oath of office, and you are all traitors to the United States of America.
Thank you, Mr. Cordova, for your comments tonight. Any questions from members of council? Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Cordova, where do you live?
That's none of your business.
Okay, thank you.
Member Prang.
I just had a point of clarification. So are you saying that Jeffco libraries actually indeed allow pornography to be viewed within their libraries?
To my knowledge, they do not anymore, but at the time of this article that I was reading, yes, they used to. They did for several years. So,
thank you.
All right, with no further questions, thanks for your time tonight. Up next is Dana Liebert, here to address council regarding the Parks and Rec GO bond. Good evening. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Sure. Hi, my name's Dana Liebert. My cross streets are South Clarkson and Yale. So I've been kind of scrambling to rewrite my speech after hearing some of Christina's presentation and hearing about a lot of turf replacement plans. So I'm happy to hear about them. So when I began working on the project at Depot Prairie Park, my intention was to demonstrate one model for sustainable landscaping that would save the city money and labor for years to come and inspire more turf replacement projects. So it's great to see it happening, as well as ecological land management practices. I envisioned Depot as one stop along a pollinator corridor with interpretive signs and historic markers running from the South Platte Trail to downtown Englewood. A pollinator corridor to show our pride of place, to brand us as a solution-oriented city, and make Englewood a destination for visitors. I have to scrap parts of this because, and there are a lot of examples where cities have done this. And it's one is in Westminster. They have a grand staircase. And it used to be planted with your typical annuals, and people would walk up the staircase, not really paying attention to the plants. It got replanted with native and Colorado adapted plants. And it's now a destination, and people go there and they stop to watch the butterflies and hummingbirds. Another's New York City's High Line, where an abandoned, unsafe elevated train line was replaced with East Coast native habitat. It draws 8 million visitors a year. I've seen it crowded in the dead of winter and on a sweltering day in August. I think there's a widespread perception that native plants inherently look wild, and I know that wild is not everyone's aesthetic. Depot was planted in a naturalistic planting style, but native plants are just a palette to plant with. You could plant in symmetrical rows of color in a traditional style. I heard that somebody near Colorado Springs did a replica of the Versailles Gardens with native plants. So I'm passionate about native plants because they're a problem-solving tool. They provide all the services that conventional plants provide and more. They do not need expensive fertilizers and amendments, daily watering, weekly mowing, or annual replanting. This means less cost and less carbon emissions. They mitigate flooding, clean our air, show pride in where we live, are our best investment in climate-resilient landscapes. They bring nature into our urban lives, most importantly, for children who don't have the privilege of taking trips to the mountains on weekends. And they are beautiful. To me, native plants are common sense. Our open space has the capacity to both provide recreational value and to restore our local ecosystem. A bunch of us are here to speak to how we would like GeoBond funding used. And I want to say that none of us expect change overnight, and none of us are saying remove turf that's used for recreation or other purposes. Nor are we saying every flower and every park bed has to be native. But the city spends tremendous resources planting annuals every year that have little benefit to the ecology. And we would like to see a phased plan to replace those annual beds with perennials. And not just any perennials, because perennials don't all have equal ecological value, but to focus on the ones that really help our threatened pollinators and songbirds. We'd like to see an inventory of unused turf that Parks maintains and a phased plan to replace it with pollinator habitat. I'm talking about the spots that are a hassle to maintain and no one ever sets foot on. We're asking for training in ecological best practices so that we don't see a repeat of what happened last December when the winter habitat, nesting habitat at Depot was cut to the ground, including a young tree.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Liebert, for your time tonight. Any questions for Ms. Liebert? And Ms. Liebert, Thank you, members of the public. If you could keep your applause to yourself. I guess one question, you didn't get to see much of the presentation, or maybe you did see the or there wasn't, well, I guess I should say, there wasn't much detail about the presentation on the GO bond in terms of where the native plantings would be. I guess I was just trying to get your input on what you thought about the GO bond that was presented tonight.
I wish I had heard the whole presentation. I thought it was going to be after public comment because that's what the schedule says, so I missed it.
Oh, no, that's the bait slogan one. So.
Oh, okay. Well, that could have the annuals could be replaced with native perennials.
All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Lieber. With no further questions, thanks for your comments tonight. Up next is Cian Dickerson, here to address council.
Cian Dickerson, District 1. In 1792, James Madison wrote that government is instituted to protect the rights of individuals. As stated unequivocally in the Declaration of Independence, our rights pre-exist any government, and the Declaration sets forth what constitutes good government and bad government, and why the tyranny of the British government had to be overthrown. The Constitution is the practical application of the Declaration of Independence. The Constitution specifically acknowledges the pre-existing rights of individuals and specifically prohibits any government interference with or abridgment of the pre-existing rights. That is the supreme law of the land. The assertion of governmental authority over areas of life once considered to be under individual and private control means that the federal government and most states are claiming total ownership of citizens and their property, thus virtually and actually enslaving them. The spirit of freedom that made the U.S. unique in the world, that made us great, the shining city on the hill, provided the basis for resistance against tyranny. And that has been subsumed by those who deny that spirit, by ignoring the Declaration of Independence, ignoring the Constitution, and ignoring the very foundations upon which this nation became great. At the regional town hall Saturday week, and I'll have to paraphrase, a state legislator said, "Oh, some believe in individual rights and more believe that the greater good is more important." Nowhere in the Constitution is government given the authority to determine greater good, or that individual rights are inferior to such a concept. Rights were and are pre-existing and absolute. Liberty is the absolute bedrock, yet that legislator clearly disrespects the spirit of liberty, the Declaration of Independence, and most directly the Constitution, giving herself the authority to change meanings of the words of the Constitution, change or ignore the history of the founding, impose her tyrannical, constitutionally unsupported beliefs upon citizens in total violation of her oath of office to defend the Constitution first and foremost. And that's what I've been seeing from this council, because the mayor agreed with her and the rest of you, well, 5 of you seem to agree with the mayor. In Inglewood's Muni Code, there are many instances of unconstitutional, oppressive, contradictory codes and policies. You, meaning city staff, city attorney, city manager, city council, seem totally ignorant of the Constitution, disregarding it in favor of exercising tyrannical power, which is prohibited by the Constitution, and thus you violate your oath of office. Your oath of office, you swear to it, to put the Constitution first. Every code you pass carries the disclaimer that any portion that is unconstitutional is null and void. Some of the most recent codes, like the Title 16 replacement and the amendments to Title 12 and Title 7, and the standards of conduct, make the code worse and more oppressive and limiting even more our property rights. You undermine our charter with every code revision, enslaving Inglewood citizens to unconstitutional state general law, which is contrary to the purpose of our charter. Worst of all, you try to limit public criticism of your actions, calling it slander, threatening citizens with removal because you don't like what they have to say or how they say it. Even on our local level, it is obvious that the slide towards authoritarian state is gaining momentum and the individual's rights are being undermined. Regional action threatens our independence and further oppresses and removes and threatens individual rights. You have overreached. You cannot grant rights. Rights exist independent of you. You need to protect our rights. Serve us. You are not our bosses. We are your boss. The organizational chart says so. So does the Constitution. It's not your job what you're doing with Tri-Cities and homelessness.
Thank you, Ms. Dickerson, for your time tonight. Any questions for members of council? Member Prang.
Thank you. Just a quick question, Ms. Dickerson. You stated that there were threats of removal. Have there been recent incidents that have happened?
Yeah, last meeting.
When
the mayor did.
He threatened to remove someone from the room?
Yeah. Reagan Benson.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions for members of council? Member Ray.
Yes, Ms. Dickerson, can you tell me exactly what you're talking about when it comes to your property rights or property rights in general?
You mean as far as our property rights being?
Yes.
Well, there's a lot of reasons, and I wasn't prepared to go into them because there's just so much.
Okay.
But I saw a cartoon, and I couldn't print it out, but I got the wording. So there's this lady, and she's standing on her property, and there's a tax assessor there. So she says, so as a tax assessor, your job is to charge me for the privilege of living in my home, which I purchased outright. I thought I was the owner of this property. And the assessor says, oh, you own it, but you just have to pay us to use it. And if you want to change your property, you'll need to ask permission and pay us more. Same thing if you want to sell it or transfer ownership. You can't destroy any part of the property.
Ms. Dickerson, are you able to leave us the cartoon just for members of council to read afterwards?
Well, I'm reading it for everybody.
Member Wright, did you want to listen to the rest of it, or?
How long is it?
Yeah, just another sentence.
Okay.
You cannot destroy any part of the property. You'll need permission if you want to have a fire in your fireplace or shoot a gun. Oh, and if we want it, we will just come and take it. But you totally own it.
I gotcha. Thank you.
That's what's happening here.
Thank you, Ms. Dickerson, for your time tonight.
Thank
With
you.
no further questions, thank you for your comments. Up next is Gary Kozak, here to address council.
This is also a plaque that was issued from the state.
Mr. Kozak, if you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Gary Kozak, Oxford and LaPan Street. She will pass around the deal that Steve, you asked for. I did not send it to you. I brought it personally. And all these papers here have an additional area that you could go to for the open meetings rules. I'm not going to go into that now. This is a plaque and stuff to show that I can verify because somebody on the council decided to say that I really was not a member of the city council in the past. I took the same oath back when I was on council to uphold our charter and the state and federal constitution. You guys took that same oath. I witnessed yours, the two new members. You took an oath. Now, granted, you're new and people make mistakes once in a while. The last city council meeting was on President's Day. State law, federal law, as well as your own charter states otherwise, that it's supposed to be a federal holiday. I had called the mayor and the mayor pro tem on Sunday and made a comment. Steve, you looked it up. You even read it to the council. After Rita went ahead and made a motion to suspend the meeting and reschedule it a week later, and it was seconded. It was even read to you, your charter, your own charter that you're supposed to and you swore to abide by. And yet you turned around and let the meeting go on, which then also could have constituted a violation of open meetings law, because open meeting laws, you're only allowed one subject, which you violated several times. There was 5 members there that voted to go ahead and continue with the meeting. You wondered why there was a lot of people that didn't show up for your boards that you have recognized. It's because they were under the same auspice that all governmental bodies are closed on federal holidays. A violation of your oath. This isn't the only violation of your oath. The night the City Council approved Code Next on final reading, changes were made on the ordinance. There was a motion to set it back to the P&Z, oh wait a minute, by the charter. It's in your own charter that if you make variations on final reading, it must go back to the P&Z. But you failed to give a second to that motion. That's violating the charter. You swore to it. You also violated several times, moving up to that final reading, of the open meetings laws, because you kept scheduling new meetings. Emergency meeting, emergency meeting. An emergency meeting is an open meetings regulation. One subject only. But that's all right. You guys are cool. You're doing your thing. That's another one that you had done. I got 1 minute. The referendum that was passed on the Sam's Automotive site. Your city manager stood right here on the record and stated that you must have a traffic study and not the developer's estimated traffic study. And yet you passed it anyway. And then you turned around when we turned in enough votes, and a trained group of people went ahead and stated that we turned in enough. We had 1,700 votes and we went almost to 1,500 that were validated. You just threw out all everybody's vote because you allowed that project to go on. There was a protest. The protest had an amendment and it was turned in too late. The signatures were never put on there, and you all that were on the board at that time
Mr. Kozak, your 5 minutes are up. Thanks for your comments tonight. Any questions for Mr. Kozak? Seeing none. Mr. Kozak, thanks for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Up next is Alicia Blythe, here to address council. Is Alicia here? All right.
I don't see her online either.
No? Okay. Up next is Kathy Conley, here to address council regarding the Inglewood Parks proposal for using funds for the GO bond. Good evening.
Good evening.
Hello, Ms. Conley. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
My name is Kathy Conley. My cross streets are Amherst and Downing. I would like to thank Inglewood Parks and Rec for all of the work done on the GO bond, and to say as a resident, I support it. In hearing the presentation today, it was very helpful to hear your comments and the prioritization you're going to have to do. What I'd like to ask is that you prioritize native plants in the turf replacement As I read the proposal, it seemed that it was the smaller parks that had native plants called out specifically. So if you have to reprioritize your projects, we'd like to ask that you look at native plants getting fed into those larger projects. Native plants look different than what residents are used to, and we'd like to ask that there also be an opportunity for engagement and education of the community. If we look at the Bellevue Farm and Railroad, which I love, is delightful. With all of those kids there, it's a great opportunity to have perhaps a pollinator park or a demonstration garden there that they can then take home. If you have a store at that park, a gift shop, then we'd like to see materials about native plants, seeds, guides, things that will help people say, I can do this. As we look at the community engagement that was presented at the end, I didn't see specifically that native plants was a conversation or a topic for the community engagement. And I think it would be helpful to hear just how many people are looking to have that kind of education and information. Finally, it seems like native plants is treated as its own distinct thing, but it actually meets so many aspects of the strategic plan in terms of your community well-being, your economy, your sustainability, and your neighborhoods. So rather than looking at it as distinctly separate, I think it would be great if we did more of an integration, as this is the land from which we came, it is the land in which we live, and it is the land in which our generations ahead of us will be living. And the sooner we incorporate our native plants into being more of a commonplace rather than a separate, I think we will be able to, as you say, your sustainable goal is to use the resources for the benefit of current and future generations. So we ask that it stop being treated as a separate, special little thing, but realize that it's integral to our well-being here in the city of Inglewood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Connolly, for your time tonight. Members of the public, if you could just hold your applause. Any questions for Ms. Connolly? Sorry. Seeing none, Ms. Connolly, thank you for your time tonight. All right, that concludes scheduled public comment. We're going to move straight to scheduled public comment. We have 2, 4, 6, 8 people scheduled to speak. Up first is Kathy Woody, here to talk about sustainability. Good evening, Ms. Woody. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Woody. I live in the 3800 block on South Grant, just 1 block west of the high school. Little by little, I have been xeriscaping my backyard because I got tired of mowing it. And I got tired of paying a lot of money to water it every spring, summer, and fall. So I've got about 25% of it done. I'm going to do another 25% this summer, thanks to Inglewood partnering with the lawn replacement team at Resource Center. My project was just recently approved by them, and as you know, they will remove the sod from this area in my backyard at a significantly reduced rate for me. For years, I loved planting annual flowers. I would spend literally hundreds of dollars every spring. And then every fall, I pulled them up, threw them in the trash, and I would wonder, why am I doing this? But year after year, I do it again. I'm done with that now, except for a few pots here and there. I am thrilled to see the sustainability component to City Council's plan. It would seem we're on the same page when it comes to replacing turf and annual flowers with drought-resistant, Colorado native, low-maintenance pollinating plants and grasses. From personal experience, I know it's hard to change the way things have been done, but I also know it's possible, especially if taken in small doses. So I would suggest keep the annual flower planters on Broadway that were created along Broadway specifically for that purpose. But replant one of the city gardens. I'm thinking specifically of the one at the Broadway exit. It has to be planted soon. Why not plant it with native plants? I was encouraged to hear Parks and Rec talk about the native plants in some of the parks. But I think more could be done, maybe especially when they're talking about the roadways or the pathways. Maybe some native plants could be there. I would encourage City Council to engage in a special study session with guest speakers from Colorado Springs and Greeley to inform on the benefits of sustainable planning, what has worked for them and what hasn't. These cities have come a long way in bringing these ideas to fruition. Thank you.
Ms. Woody, thank you very much for your time. Member Wright and then Member Russell.
Thank you. You said Colorado Springs and what other city?
Greeley.
Greeley. Thank you.
Member Russell?
And my question for you, as you said, planting native plants at one of the exits from Englewood. Which one?
There's you know, the little city gardens that are just scattered all over. There's one as you're exiting 285 onto Broadway. There's one right there. And every year it's planted with annuals. It's pretty, but every year they do what I did. They pull them up, they throw it away. It's just money down the drain.
Okay.
So start with those little places.
Okay.
For the native plants.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Ms. Woody, just one question for me, more of a clarification. So you're okay with the annuals on Broadway? Did I understand that correctly?
The metal sculptures that are there?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
They're made for annual plants.
Okay.
Yeah. Do
Perfect.
that.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Woody. With no further questions, thanks for your time tonight. Up next is Michael Chisholm, here to also talk about the Parks and Rec GEO bond. Good evening, Mr. Chisholm. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Michael Chisholm on the 3000 block of South Cherokee. Whoops. Mayor Sierra, council members, thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts on how the Parks and Rec general obligation bond is being used. First, I want to thank Parks and Rec for the great job they're doing. As a volunteer who has prepared, planted, and weeded in our flower beds, I've enjoyed working with the staff, and I appreciate all the support that they provide. But my main purpose is to encourage Parks and Rec and Council to more fully embrace biodiversity, healthy soil, and regenerative landscaping practices. Parks has been open to experimentation and exploring new approaches. Englewood's pollinator garden is the best example of this. The biochar experiment in front of the rec center is another. While such efforts are encouraging to many volunteers and residents, they should be seen as preliminary steps towards new best practices. Instead of, quote, cleaning up landscaping areas in the fall, mulching over the winter should be used as a way of enhancing the soil and supporting native insects and birds. There's a tried and true thing in traditional gardening, say going back the last 20 years, where we don't do it naturally. And there's a movement afoot now to try to be more natural and more regenerative. Instead of fertilizing with petrochemicals, we should be using compost and biochar. Instead of planting annuals, we should be transitioning to perennials and Coloradoscape plants. Coloradoscape plants, by the way, are native plants in Colorado, and those are what are being used in the pollinator garden. I'm encouraged to see that native plantings are in the plans that we heard tonight, and I'm also glad to see that we talk about improved landscaping in those plans. I'm just hoping that we get more specific. So please, let these initial steps towards sustainable biodiversity and healthy soils lead to other projects, new best practices, and increasing the scale and scope of these new efforts. I hope that council will do more to learn more and to support Parks and Rec in their efforts to learn and to apply these new methods. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chisholm, for your time tonight. Any questions for Mr. Chisholm? Actually, I have one, Mr. Chisholm. If this council so chooses to move in this direction, I know that Ms. Liebert kind of spoke taking a phased approach. And since you are the chair of the Sustainability Commission, this seems like a perfect project for your commission to analyze what that phased approach may be. Is that something that you would consider looking at? We've heard about the annuals,
Certainly.
parts of the park.
Absolutely. And the Sustainability Commission, and I'm not here as a member of the Sustainability Commission, I'm here as a citizen tonight. We've supported the pollinator garden in a spiritual manner. We volunteer, we get involved. We don't have any authority or influence directly, but we cheer on all the volunteers, Dan in particular, and we love what's going on over there. It's a success story. And I think Englewood should be bragging about what's going on over there. And I think we ought to duplicate it, replicate it over and over. It saves money. It's if you talk to the folks in Parks and Recs that are on the ground working in the dirt, they'll tell you that what I'm telling you. It's saving money, it's saving time, it's saving water. It's all good. So why don't we do more? And it doesn't all have to look like that particular space. There are other models of using the process.
Thank you, Mr. Chisholm. Any further questions? So I took that as a yes. So
Okay.
thank you very much, Mr. Chisholm, for your time tonight. Up next is Kara, and I'm going to butcher the last name. Frangipani? Pani? Frangipani.
Hello. Good evening.
Hello. Good evening. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Cara Frangipani, Amherst and Logan. So I'm here to also talk about the Parks grant and echo what we've heard already this evening with the native landscaping and sustainability practices when it comes to our parks. Super thrilled to hear that native landscaping is a component of the project. Caught the tail end of that, but really excited to hear that. You know, I love how park-friendly Englewood is. I mean, we've got a lot of green spaces, and I think that's fantastic. And I think the enhancements to the parks will be really beneficial to our community and just to Englewood overall. And I think, you know, I think it's really important to see more Colorado-friendly and sustainable solutions when it comes to how the parks are landscaped. There are a lot of annual beds, you know, that we see replanted every year. That's extremely costly. And, you know, the native plant solutions, you know, cut back on a lot of that. Colorado's known for its wildflowers. I mean, we've got festivals for wildflowers. People flock here every summer to see wildflowers. And there's no reason why we can't have this in our own backyard right here, and why Englewood can't be a destination for people to come and see the wildflowers. What was done over at Depot Park it's beautiful. If you've had a chance to walk through there, it's gorgeous. And the plants bloom at all, you know, various times throughout the summer. There's always something blooming. And so, you know, not everybody can get to the mountains. So I think it's really important to have that close to home so that everybody can access and can have the same opportunity to see the same, you know, plants, wildlife. You know, they attract native pollinators, birds. They all rely on these native species. And, you know, certain species of butterflies can only lay their eggs on certain plants. And so it's just extremely important. And I think, you know, another area that I just want to point out is the Greenbelt access to the South Platte Trail across from Depot Park. It's an eyesore. It's so heavily used by bikers. People drive down Dartmouth every day. It's visible by your car. I mean, that's a perfect opportunity to just, you know, put a lot of native plants in and make it a beautiful access way to, you know, our rec paths that we have throughout the city. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time tonight, Ms. Frangipani. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Up next is Diane Tomaso, also to speak about the parks. Good evening, Ms. Tomaso. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
My name is Diane Tomaso. I live on South Cornell Circle. I'd like to thank council for the opportunity to speak tonight. It was wonderful to see the progress that's been made in terms of parks planning and the integration of native plants into our local parks and other unused areas. And I think it's clear that as Parks has already done to calculate the financial benefits of this kind of evolution that we're talking about trying to make to native plantings. I think the sustainability benefits, which meets all of the master plan programs, have already been clearly defined by ecologists and horticulturalists through their studies. What remains is for City Council to approve the development and implementation of a coherent plan for transitioning from outdated conventional plantings to native plantings within Englewood, starting with a dedicated City Council study session. Grants are available for this kind of exploration, and I think it would be a good place to start. I kind of sketched out a proposed City Council study session that would include a keynote speaker from a Front Range community that's already made significant progress in converting plantings to natives. They could address such topics as integrating native plant use within multiple city departments that manage not only parks, but urban forests, streetscapes, floodplains, and groups developing placemaking concepts. He or she could also address new best practices for plant selection, installation, and maintenance that support and enhance the survival of native trees, shrubs, and perennials that grow and mature over the course of multiple years, as opposed to being ripped out regularly as annuals are. Creating educational programs to train city staff and volunteers in the installation and maintenance of native plants, and hiring specialized contractors who are familiar with this. Also addressing a variety of design to create visually engaging native plant gardens, where lawns and annuals play a secondary role, and a speaker to address the ecological and sustainability of native plant use for critical applications, such as assisting in floodplain control. Thank you.
Ms. Tomaso, thank you very much for your time tonight. Member Wright.
Hi, Ms. Tomaso. Do you know of, or have you ever ever attended any speakers that have addressed some of the things that you were talking about that you could recommend somebody?
Yes, actually, I just attended a conference within the last few weeks dedicated to the use of Colorado natives in the landscape. And there were a whole variety of local and national speakers that were present there. And I'm sure it would be quite easy to find somebody. I think it would be good to specifically focus on somebody who's integral to a municipality staff, because I think that their insights would be most valuable to us as a community.
Yeah, I would agree. And mine would be the floodplain type, where they would absorb water with some of the issues that we have. So.
Absolutely.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, Ms. Tomaso, thanks for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Up next is Stacy with no last name given, here to speak about homelessness. Good evening, Stacy. If you could state your name and your address or cross streets.
My name is Stacy, and I don't have an address. I'm homeless. I sleep under a pine tree. That happened because my husband passed away 2 years ago. I was forced into homelessness because I was evicted. I couldn't afford the rent on my own. I'm not perfect. I didn't make 3 times the amount of rent. I was forced into it, not by my own choice. And then I began to be treated horribly. I had a good paying job. I just lost my home. And then after I lost my husband and my home, they laid me off. Then I started being harassed by police in the park for trying to rest. I was being harassed for trying to use the bathroom. Everyone has a right to live. Everyone has a right to defecate. Everyone has a right to urinate. Everyone has a right to rest. It makes you crazy if you don't, or if you can't. Just imagine your bathroom door is being locked all night long and you have to get up and go to the bathroom, but you can't. You can't. You legally have no right between the hours of 6 p.m. when the bathrooms close and 7 p.m. if you're lucky they open them for you. That is a horrible, horrible feeling that you're going to defecate in your pants or urinate yourself. I don't deserve that as a 55-year-old woman. I don't. I have been hurt on the street. I am vulnerable on the street. And nobody seems to care. I just keep being harassed. Move along, move along. You have to get up. You don't belong here. Where do I belong? Where is there a safe place that I can be legally? Nowhere. The sidewalk. That's what I was told today. The sidewalk by a Littleton police officer. You can sleep on the sidewalk. I've been harassed by Englewood police as well at different parks. I can't stay in the same place at all. I have to move every single night for fear of being harassed, in fear of being unsafe, of being violated in some way. I don't deserve that. I pay taxes. I have all my life. And this is the way I'm being treated by the people who are supposed to protect and serve me. Nobody's doing anything about it. In fact, homelessness as a violation of the right to life. The obligation to prevent and eliminate homelessness is also derived from the obligation of states to protect the right of life enshrined in Article 6 of the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights. Homelessness, in particular, if individuals are exposed to it over and over for a longer time or repeatedly, does not only result in early preventable death, it also violates the right of individuals to enjoy a life with dignity. You all have dignity, but you don't consider that I have any. I'm here today speaking from my heart for all homeless people out there. We're not all the same. We're not all drug addicts. We're not all alcoholics. Some of us don't want to be homeless, but yet we're treated.
Stacy, thank you very much for your time tonight. Thanks for speaking. Member Wright has the first question.
I'll be back to speak some more. I doubt you have any questions for me because plants are more important.
Member Wright does have a question for you, Stacy. Did you want to take her question or no?
You have a question?
We have two questions.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Go ahead.
Hi, Stacy.
Hi.
From my heart, I am sorry that you are going through the things that you are going through. Have you been able to reach out to some of the services that are available?
I have reached out to all services. I am on every housing list there is, and I've been told a 3 to 4 year waiting list.
I see that you're in a wheelchair and you have something going on. Have you reached out to Atlantis?
I don't know what Atlantis is.
Okay. If we have a break and you're here, I'll give you their information.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Wright. Member Pring.
Good evening, Stacy. Thanks for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Just a quick question. Have there been recent incidents where you've not been allowed to use restrooms around the city or told to move along?
What restroom is open after 6 p.m. in a park?
Say that again?
What restroom is open after 6 p.m. in a park?
So you're just speaking in general to like the time frames in which we have
Yeah, I'm not allowed to use the restroom after 6 p.m. and not until 7 a.m. in the morning because there's no place open. No gas station, 7-Eleven won't let you in. Denny's won't let you in. You tell me how I'm supposed to relieve myself.
Thank you.
With no further questions, Stacy, thank you very much for your time tonight. Up next is Regan Benson with no topic given. Good evening, Ms. Benson. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Good evening. As you've all been made aware on the record in both email and public comment from me on the issues I've brought before you, tonight I'm just going to state facts on the record with more questions. The only department head still not having received his annual raise, Judge Jefferson. Why? From a records request that I obtained, you, Mr. Mayor, sent the judge an email asking to meet with him. And in this email, you told him that Joe Anderson would be in the meeting as well. Why? In this email, you did not state this meeting would occur within public view and on the record. Why? In this email, you failed to validate the reason you requested that 3 elected officials meet off the public record. Why? Are you, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem Joe Anderson, attempting to influence the judge by chance? An elected judge? You know that's a crime, right? Yep. Why won't you give the elected judge his raise without private discussion with him? Without private discussion with him first. Next, it's no secret, all documented in writing for you all now, what your police department is doing to ensure less transparency for the public as it continues to not address its rogue officers through any viable internal affairs processes that nobody in this city gives a rip about. All the while doubling down on ensuring body cam footage is never released, especially to anyone that dare make it more public. $2,000 to show 3 interactions the public had with your police department, and you're all just going to ignore that, huh? We also know that since having made a request for body cam footage for a potential police assault on a citizen that occurred on October 15th, your police department has since collaborated with the DA's office to issue a warrant for that person assaulted by the police, but not until February 25th, 2024, more than 4 months later. Why? This would be the same DA's office that just cleared one of your officers in a fatal shooting where the officer just entirely forgot to even wear his body cam. And lo and behold, there wasn't a single witness to the fatal shooting. Why do you think these things are happening? We also know now with 90% certainty who the individuals are in your police department that released body cam footage of me to your former city prosecutor, Ian Griffin. Oh yeah, Tri-Cities homelessness? Yeah, they continue to meet in private as well. Thank you. Why?
Thank you, Ms. Benson, for your time. Any questions? Go ahead, Member Russell.
How did you find out that, or is it public record that the body cam footage that you just mentioned, how did you find out who they had harassed, or you just said they finally arrested
I mentioned
them.
that I was able to figure out
Okay.
who the individuals are in the police department that released body cam footage of me.
Okay, but you also said that there was some body cam footage. The person that the officer that didn't wear his body cam, and
That is a report released by the district attorney's office.
okay, that's what I was asking. It's public record, correct?
Yes, that is public record, and it's actually posted for the public to see on the Inglewood Police Department Facebook page about 10 days ago.
So it was an Inglewood police officer.
It was an Inglewood police officer, Matthew Stanley.
Thank you.
Member Wright?
Okay, I missed one part. You said there was a 10/15, October 15th something, and I didn't get the full, I was writing. I didn't
It's
get
all
everything.
in your email. I've sent you lots of
Oh,
emails
okay.
documenting the October 15th body cam request.
Okay, and then when was he charged? This month?
A warrant was issued for his arrest February 25th, 2024.
That's what I needed. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for members of council? Seeing none, Ms. Benson, thank you for your time tonight. Up next is Nicole Flounders, here to also speak about sustainability. Good evening, Ms. Flounders. If you could just state your name and your address or cross street.
Yes, good evening. Nicole Flounders. My cross streets are Mansfield and Elati. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm also here to talk about the Parks and Rec bond. So having two young children, we spend a lot of time at the parks. And we love that Englewood has so many great parks so close. And one of the things that we would also like to see is more native plants. This last year, we actually removed all of the turf in our front lawn, which is about 2,000 square foot. It was quite a lawn and it was quite a process. But we did take advantage of Englewood's partnership with Resource Central, which was wonderful. We got 200 native drought-resistant plants, perennials, and it was a lot of work ripping out the lawn and planting those. But in the time it took us, we actually met so many neighbors as we were out every night, and so many people came and stopped and we're so excited about what we were doing. It gave us the opportunity to talk to our neighbors, and almost everyone said that they were really excited to see how it grew, and they were thinking about doing something similar to their yard. And so with this, it really brought us a big sense of community, gave us a chance to meet our neighbors, and then just really make our front yard look so much nicer. So that's just something that we would like to see a little bit more in the parks, and a great way for us to connect with the community.
Ms. Flounders, thanks for your time tonight. Any questions for Ms. Flounders? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time tonight. And I think it's Christy, is it Melville? McNeil. Which you got your name in, so. Ms. McNeil, you are the last one on the list, so.
Okay.
Good evening. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Yes, of course. My name is Christy McNeil. I live at South Ogden Street in Bates. And I'm just here to rah-rah about sustainability and native plants. I have lived here for over 20 years. I have 3 children who attend Englewood schools and who participate in Englewood Pirate Youth Sports, the activities, and make considerable use of open space and park environments available to us in Englewood. And as a parent, I think it's especially important that we show our kids, who are the future of Englewood, they love it here and they are planning to stay here, that we're taking the environment and climate crisis that they're inheriting seriously. That we are the adults making changes to address their concerns in both small and large ways all around them. Sure, we as a family and as avid sports kids appreciate having a well-maintained field to do sports on, or lay out a picnic and enjoy one of the Englewood summer movie nights. But there are many, many areas whose purpose and use do not warrant the high cost, the high water use, the chemical-heavy maintenance of sod. It's here in these non-sports field areas that we'd love to see pollinator-friendly native plants that create lots of color, texture, and natural beauty while cutting down on long-term environmental and financial costs. My kids attend environmental learning activities at Depot Park. They had a great time doing that, and I really think that's the kind of thing that should be made more widely available throughout Englewood. I love the Englewood school system. We have a community garden right there at Charles Hay. And so, these are things that we've incorporated right into the educational experience of our kids. And it's one of the things that we're very proud of as parents that have our kids going to these schools. And so the more we can make these learning opportunities available to our children and show them, as I said, that we're investing in our environment and caring about our environment, and it shows that we care about them too. Thanks so much.
Ms. McNeil, thank you very much for your time tonight. Any questions for Ms. McNeil? I think you're good. Thank you so much for your time tonight, Ms. McNeil. And with that, that concludes unscheduled public comment. Member Wright, when you're ready, you're able to give a response.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. What a night to break me in on responding. I will start with Miss Bailey. You're very passionate about our storm drains and making sure that everybody is safe, as I am. I've had many discussions with you, as I have with Director Rochelle, and I truly believe that over the past couple of years, the city has worked to change things. The thing is the people before we were here did not make the correct decisions when they started building the city. We're paying for it now. And we're trying to correct that. We have a retention pond that is being built and will be built by the end of this year, and that is going to correct some things. On Acoma and Tufts, they did the hydraulic pipes, and they did do some upsizing. We still have work to do, and I agree with you. It's going to take a lot of work. It's going to take some time, but thankfully, we are making changes. The city, I believe, is starting to hold developers accountable where they have to do the retention ponds under the buildings. Unlike in the past, they didn't do that, and that's caused a lot of issues. So I believe that there's a lot of work that has to be done, and it's going to take a while to do it, to make sure that we're all safe. And I'm listening, and I'll continue listening. And we have to keep working to make things right. Mr. Cordova is not here. I do believe in the Constitution. I'll leave it at that. Mr. Kozak, I do believe that we need to follow open meeting laws, and we do need to follow what is in our charter. I think that's important, and I think that moving forward, we need to make sure, hey, these are our holidays, this is what we need to do, and we need to plan ahead and be very thoughtful in what we are doing. Those that came and spoke about our parks and our planning forward, I had the fortune of meeting with our Parks and Rec director and the staff, and I toured all of the parks, the rec center, met with the staff, and what they are wanting to do and what they are planning is fantastic. They talked about the, and I'm going to use so many wrong words, the native plants, the low turf, the low water, the pollinator, all the words that you were talking about in December, they were telling me about. The low usage areas, they want to get rid of the grass and put other things there. So everything that you're passionate about, they were telling me about this in December when I was sitting at Bates Logan eating Chick-fil-A with them freezing. So I did like the idea, and I think that we need to discuss it about Bellevue Park, and having those seeds in the little, plant. I remember in school where we'd get the little cup and put seeds in it and take it home and plant it. I think that we need to think about that. Diane, I believe was her name. If I'm able to get in touch with her somehow, I have access to some resources that I may be able to help with her and get in touch with. I don't think I left anybody else out, and if I did, I apologize, but thank you all for being here.
Thank you so much, Member Wright. Member Ward.
I do have some comments regarding public comment tonight where my own personal conduct or statements were brought up, which is why I asked to speak at this time. First of all, in regards to the question of the First Amendment, it's not that I don't support the First Amendment. I do wholeheartedly support the First Amendment. I do not support Mr. Cordova's interpretation of the First Amendment, and for that matter, according to my somewhat limited research on this, neither does the United States Supreme Court. When I said that I would be willing to expend city funds to defend a First Amendment claim about pornography viewing in the library, I was serious about that. Case precedent here, United States versus American Library Association, 539 U.S. 194, was a case from 2003 in which the American Library Association sued because federal funding was attached to a requirement to install content filters on library internet. The Supreme Court ultimately ruled in favor of the U.S. government on that. and articulated some things about free speech in libraries, including the fact that a library is not a public forum subject to strict scrutiny protections on free speech. I won't go any further on the lecture regarding the First Amendment, but I do have a constitutional and factual basis to stand upon my opinion that our restrictions on pornography in the library are both legal and defensible under current jurisprudence. Secondly, to Mr. Kozak, who talked about the charter, I think there's an issue here of conflating the charter requirement with what municipal code specifies with what our council policy specifies. If I recall correctly, what I read was council policy. Charter 27 covers council meetings. It says council should meet regularly at least twice a month at a day, time, and manner to be fixed from time to time by the rules and procedures of each council. However, council may, upon appropriate prior published notice, hold any regular or special meeting at such other appropriate public place in the city as they may designate. It goes on and talks about the requirement to hold business in public. The municipal code says that we take days that city council designates as holidays off. We went over this last week. We talked in our last session. The city attorney gave an interpretation that I agree with that says that the meeting was legal, and that's where I stand on the matter. Those are the two most important things I wanted to respond to. I do have one other note for Ms. Benson. I have been working behind the scenes. You may recall that I requested a study session on the subject of public records as they apply to the Colorado Criminal Justice Act. I think that should be forthcoming shortly. I share a lot of the concerns regarding release of police body-worn camera footage, and I'm looking forward to exploring that further with this body and potentially initiating some municipal legislation that more strictly prescribes how we respond to those types of public records requests. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I also wanted to respond. I know Mr. Cordova made some charged remarks towards both me and Member Ward tonight. I know a lot of you here at the council meeting or maybe at home watching online aren't really caught up on the backstory of this, and so I want to just give a little bit of context. I agree, by the way, with everything that Member Ward said, his interpretation on the First Amendment and everything. I'm right on line with that, but a little background on Mr. Cordova and this particular issue he's been coming back and speaking about. He came probably 6 weeks ago for the first time and spoke about the standards of behavior we have in our library. And those standards of behavior prescribe different things that are not permitted, and if you violate those, then you can't come back to the library for a certain period of time, 90 days, 180 days, depending on what type of violation you had. When he first came, he spoke about bodily odor, and one of our provisions in there was that something along the lines of bodily odor or hygiene was grounds for removal from the library. I thought he made a decent point, and I'm committed that even if I don't agree with a lot of what they say, if they make a decent point, I want to learn from that. And so I agreed with that one, that we probably shouldn't have that one in there, and I believe it was subsequently removed. I asked Mr. Cordova that night, I said, do you think there are any other provisions of here that are unconstitutional? He says he didn't think there were. Go back and watch the video. That's what he said that first time. He came back the next week saying the whole thing was unconstitutional. And tonight he's demanding my resignation and Member Ward's resignation because we agree with the Chris Cordova of 6 weeks ago. I have not changed my view on the standards of behavior. I'm trying to represent the citizens of Englewood as best I can here. And I've talked to citizens about this. The citizens that I talk to, they think these are perfectly reasonable standards of behavior. If you agree with Mr. Cordova, anybody watching, I would love to hear that, because if maybe I've missed what the citizens of Englewood want. I think the citizens of Englewood want these kinds of standards of behavior for our library. I asked him tonight, what city does he live in? He wouldn't tell me. He wouldn't tell us what his address or cross street. He never has told us what his address or cross street. It's easy to come and advocate for something if you don't have to live with the consequences of it. I have to live with the consequences of the standards of behavior in our library. My family has to live with those consequences. My kids have to live with those consequences. My neighbors have to live with those consequences. I believe that the standards of behavior that we have in place now are perfectly agreeable with the Constitution. I pulled them up. These are some of the things that he's advocating that we remove from our standards of behavior. Pornography viewing. sexual conduct, urination and defecation, physical altercations, obscene, profane, lewd, threatening, abusive, or disparaging language. He wants us to remove the whole thing. I think that would be terrible for our library, terrible for our kids, and terrible for our city. And I think the citizens of Inglewood agree with me, and I'm going to continue acting on that basis until I hear somebody who comes up here and says, I think these rules should be changed. Now, I still am not going to change my position, but I'm putting it out there that, this is, I believe that I am representing you well. If I'm not, I want to hear that kind of feedback. But I want these standards of behavior to stay in place for the benefit of the citizens of Inglewood who will come up here and are willing to state their address, cross streets, and the city that they live in, because those are the rules that affect them. And if that means somebody from out of town is going to come in and threaten me, so be it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just one, go ahead, Member Nunekamp.
I just wanted to address some of the citizens who are here tonight speaking about the native plants and sustainability. Thank you so much for coming. I want to echo Member Wright in saying that the city and our Parks and Recreation Department have lots of plans to do this work in greater measure over the next few years, and in large part due to your advocacy over the last couple of years since I've been on council. I've seen many of you, and several of you live in my district. I also wanted to share that we are working to expand native planting also in the medians and some of the median landscaping that's coming in the city. And my ask to you is that you would stay engaged as we continue to have this bond conversation over the next several months as a community. I would ask that you continue to make your voice heard and to advocate for the things that you think would be useful in the bond moving forward. So thanks for being here.
Thank you, Member Nunekamp. Member Pring.
Thank you. I'd echo Member Nunecamp's thanks to everyone that came out to speak on behalf of sustainability and native plants. I am a big fan of moving in that direction as well, and I'd love to see how many people showed up tonight to speak toward that effort. And with zero fear, I'll put myself out there and support Member Ward and Member Anderson in their thoughts and sentiments on the viewing of pornography in our public spaces, whether it be in a library or anywhere else. We clearly have, I don't have case laws to cite. I'm not going to sit here and give legal opinions. I'm going to give my opinion as a council member and as a mother and as a former school board member who knows that viewing pornography is also not allowed in our schools for particular reasons. And we are not here to protect one particular contingent's interpretation of what a constitutional right is. We're here to protect the interests of the city as a whole. And since some of our public comment from our last few meetings, we have had residents reach out, email us, or call us to have discussions in support of speaking out against allowing us to be so free with our interpretation of First Amendment rights. So perhaps my name will get added to the list of those that should be recalled, but I do think that we are here to serve all and not just a special few.
It's not a big list, Member Pring, so. So just one last thing. I echo everything that's been said, but Ms. Connolly, thank you very much for coming. So you actually stated something that I need to rethink. So when I was talking about the GO bond, I talked about just removing the smaller parks, the passive parks. But you pointed out that that's where a lot of the native planning may go in. So I do want to prioritize that, but now I'm making your job a lot harder because I am looking at the budget impacts as well. And thank you for everybody that came tonight to speak. We also received a ton of emails as well that didn't come tonight. So I do appreciate you guys voicing your strong support for something that you believe in the city. So thank you for that. Oh, Member Russell, go ahead.
Thank you. I also would like everyone to thank everyone that came out to speak about different things, and I greatly appreciate that. I also have a couple of things. I had a question. Do we have anything, and you don't necessarily, this could be a council request, is there anything in the Muni Code currently? I know that there has been in the past about pornography being illegal. I mean, so if you want to do that as a council request, that would be fine. The bottom line is I absolutely agree that pornography is a problem. I agree with the things that were shared. And I think there are certain things that if there isn't, this council probably should address in ordinances to make it illegal. The other thing that I want to thank Mr. Kozak for coming out and reminding us about our policies. And I will bring some of this up later, probably in council members' choice. I think that we as a council have become pretty lax where a lot of our policies are concerned. And I think that either we need to figure out how we're going to change our policies instead of violating them. What's the point of policies if we're not going to honor them? The And I also agree with Councilmember Ward about wanting to address some issues. I appreciate you asking for the council request on the body worn cameras, and I also believe that we as a council need to look into this. And I think there's some other things about study sessions, and so that's all I have to say now. Thank you all for coming. I appreciate it.
All right, everyone, we're gonna take a break, 10-minute break. If we could come back at 8:45, and then we'll pick up the agenda from there. Thank you, everyone. Members of council, if you could please be seated. You gonna rub it in, Kim?
No.
No? All right. All right. All right, everyone, we are now back. There's no consent agenda items for tonight, no public hearing items for tonight, so we're moving on to 11B1. This is the approval on second reading of the amendment to the intergovernmental agreement with the Colorado Department of Transportation. Do we have Deputy Director Hosts? We do. Here tonight. Good evening, Deputy Director. Anything new to add on the second reading?
Good evening, Mayor. I have nothing new to add. I can respond to any additional questions you have on this item.
Sounds great. Deputy, or members of council, do we have any questions for Deputy Director Hosts? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11B1?
A move to approve 11B1.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Any comments? Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. I just am going to reiterate once again, I will not be in support of this because I don't want to spend any more time or any more money studying this. This traffic calming will not fix the problem. It's going to create problems for large trucks and for ambulances, even if the fire trucks and everything can go over it, they're going to break down. We're going to replace them. And so I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Anyone else? Seeing none, can we please?
Sorry,
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Member Ward.
I do have a couple of brief questions that are more
Deputy
related
Director.
to the project and the funding, but I've been spending a lot of time driving around the Denver metro area in the last month, and I find there's traffic calming in a lot of places. This weekend, for instance, I was in Lakewood, and I really did not like trying to navigate their roundabouts or any of their traffic calming, including speed humps. You contrast that with the north side of town, the North Glen, Wheat Ridge area. They seem to have executed it effectively to where it does slow traffic down, but it's still passable fairly easily, has good sight lines, and is easy to go through. So my question for you is, when we are planning traffic designs in Inglewood like this one, do we go on field trips and look at how things are done in other places and talk with other engineers in other cities and gather that data, or are we just working with our engineering firm that we hire and expecting them to do all that work?
So the firm we hired, they do have a consultant, a sub-consultant on board it's a pretty renowned roundabout expert who knows how to design them, has done a lot of examples of them. So one of the reasons we chose this consultant is because they do have him on board and he does understand the functionality and how to make them work better. So we're fairly confident that the consultant we have has got that knowledge already and they're familiar with all the different types around town and what will fit best for our situation here. So yeah, we feel like we've got the right knowledge on the team to be able to execute for the best of the city.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Any further questions? Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Nay.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes and 1 nay.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. Moving on to 11C1, this is the approval of a contract with Elite Industries to provide construction services to improve park amenities at Bates Logan in the amount of $1.314 million. We have Open Space Manager Adrian Torres. Good evening, Mr. Torres.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Adrian Torres, Open Space Manager. Before I get started, thanks for talking parks for the majority of the night. This has been awesome. So I'll go through my slides real quick. So in July of 23, we were awarded a $600,000 grant for Bates-Ogan Phase 2. Seeking approval by motion tonight for the contract with Elite Industries. We put an RFP out for construction of Phase 2. We received 6 proposals. After the evaluation committee went through the 6 proposals, we asked the vendors to provide best and final. And Elite was the lowest and also the highest scoring of the proposals that we did receive. Here's where the funding's coming from. So the $600,000 grant, we repurposed the projects below to make up our matching funds, and there's also $500,000 coming out of the Conservation Trust Fund, but the majority of it is coming out of the Open Space Fund. And then I get to show cool pictures. So this is some 3D renderings of the playground at Bates-Ogan for Phase 2. And we were pretty excited that our proposals came back low enough that we were able to add the basketball court with this phase. So this phase will be the playground and the basketball court. And I'll answer any questions you guys may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Torres. We'll start off with Member Russell and then Member Ward.
Thank you. So on the page with the Logan Phase 2 funding, my question is, what projects will have to be cut because of the repurposing of funds?
We won't have any projects cut. What I did is I went through line by line of the proposals, and if it was an irrigation, I took it out of the irrigation project. If we were using it for trees, I took it out of the tree project. So this was just a way that we were creative with our funding to come up with our matching.
So like the tree replacement, was that for trees in Bates-Logan Park, or was that trees from some other area of the city?
It's trees total, but we have a surplus in that account. So none of these were zeroing out.
Okay. And so when will this be complete?
Hopefully the Phase 1 is almost done. So this will be, we're kind of a year behind. So this will be December of 24 when this is projected to be complete.
Okay, thank you.
Member Ward?
This isn't the least bit important, but is that a merry-go-round I see in the picture?
Yes.
I thought everybody got rid of those.
So Christina and I went on a parks tour and went to all kinds of different playgrounds. This is a merry-go-round that is accessible to a wheelchair. So it's level and a wheelchair can roll in, and then it spins and it's level with the surface.
Awesome. Thank you.
Mr. Torres, so when exactly is this going to start? And you said it's going to end at the end of the year?
We're going to start in April.
Okay.
Is our projected start.
So the playground, basketball courts will not be usable. Well, obviously they're going to be gone for the entire year. Okay.
Yep.
I had another question. I just completely blanked on it. So I'll go to Member Prang. Go ahead, Member Prang.
Okay, got to write those questions down. Helps me keep track. Can you explain to me what is included in parks improvements and why we're not using the full amount available to do whatever parks improvements are?
Parks improvement is kind of just like a catch-all that we have. So open spaces broke into these different projects that were set up years ago. And this is just how we budget in these different categories. So our team went through each category and said, oh, we can take $100,000 from here and still have a surplus in parks improvement and use that as far as our matching portion to Arapahoe County.
Okay, thank you. And then I do have one other question, but it's just nitpicky about contracting. So here I come about contracts again. But in the terms of payment for the contracts, can we, since the contractor's proposal attached is referenced, can we just call that Attachment E or Exhibit 1 or something to be specific of what the contract proposal is called within the context of the contract for the payment terms? So it's just referenced in the payment terms as contractor's proposal attached. Can we call it Exhibit 1 or can we call it attachment A as it's referenced?
Yes, we can. We try not to do that because we have, our form contracts have various exhibits. So, for example, the statement of work we used to call attachment A until then another contract, it became a B, but it still said attachment A. So we're trying to eliminate those specific references because it can lead to inadvertent typographical errors. But we can if that's your preference.
I understand having like a boilerplate for contracts, but I am just accustomed to seeing any attachments called out specifically. And I think were we to ever be in a situation where we were being questioned on terms of payment, it's just helpful to have clarity on items like that. I don't know how the rest of council feels about that.
Anything else? Go ahead, Member Wright.
I don't have questions about payment.
Okay.
So in phase one, the writing pad, I believe it was called, is that close to completion or is that part of phase two?
That's going to be phase 3. The
How many
bike path you're talking about?
Pardon me?
The bike path?
Yes.
Yeah, that's going to be phase 3.
How many phases are we looking at?
Hopefully 3 will complete the park.
Okay.
So I'll bring you guys phase 3 for the grant application probably within the next month.
Okay. Okay. This park reminds me of the park off of Bowles and Pierce a little bit. What is the? Yes. Climate Park.
Clement, yep. That's where some of these
Yeah, and it's one of the busiest parks I've ever been to, so that's a good indication. So, all right, thank you.
Actually, I do remember my question. So when is phase one going to be complete?
Phase 1, we ran into a hiccup with Excel. They wouldn't let us pull power from where we used to pull power, so we need to pull power from the street to the restroom.
Okay, so do we have a timeline for when that's going to be complete?
They should be doing that project within the next couple weeks.
Okay. So will it be done by the 14th, which is when we have the community meeting for Bates Logan Park? So maybe
No.
not then. Yeah, so
No.
maybe not based on that answer. Okay, and then the other question was obviously native plants. Is that part of our plan for phase 2, phase 3? Because we do have annuals planted within Bates Logan.
Phase 3 is going to be quite a bit of native planting. I think it's 52,000 square feet. You know, that whole grass area that is currently behind the playground, it will be where our glide tracks and pump tracks are, and that'll all be native.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Torres. Those are all my questions. I'm trying to prove to myself that I'm not getting old yet, so that's why I'm not writing them down, but I'm failing. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Member Russell.
So my question is, because we have 3 phases on this, used to, the county would require us to complete one phase before we could go to the next phase. Is that still a requirement or no?
We have 2 years to complete a project.
Okay, and so and if we get approved for the others, we have 2 years from that also, right, for the next phase.
So
we're still
Yes.
scheduled to get that done.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any further questions? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11C1?
I move to approve 11C1.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Ward. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Aye.
Member Praying.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Torres, and to the entire Parks crew on this. Looking forward to the Bates Logan renovation. So thank you so much. Up next is Deputy City Manager Tim Dodd. Not Deputy Director, but Deputy City Manager Tim Dodd. And Management Fellow Liz Ramsey, here to chat about the 2024 Strategic Plan revisions. Hello, Mr. Dodd.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. So with me tonight is our management fellow, Linz Ramsey, who I believe you met a few months ago and she started in December. She's going to kick it off with the overview, but before she does that, I just want to give a few thank yous, and the first one is to Liz. We have come a long way in the last 4 years, almost 4 years of doing strategic planning, and a lot of that credit this year goes to Liz, not just because of the time and effort that she put into it, but also because of her vision and her ideas and the strategy. So I really appreciate having Liz doing this work and being able to work with her. I also want to acknowledge Lex Rogers, who's our new graphic designer in our communications department, who single-handedly did the layout of the document within a couple days with relatively limited direction from Liz and I. And I also want to thank all of our directors, our leadership team, as well as about 50 members of our staff who contributed ideas and innovations to this. And then finally, I do want to thank all of you for the time that you put, not just in your retreat, but before your retreat, in the documents that you provided us, because it provided us with your vision and your ideas that we hope we were able to capture tonight. So I'm going to turn it over to Liz right now to just do the overview.
Hi, Mayor, members of council. I'm happy to be here tonight. So just a quick history of the strategic plan. It was first adopted in 2020. It was revised in 2022 and again in 2023. And so here we are in 2024, revising it again. And in 2024, with all the revised changes that were made, we have 8 outcome areas, 56 goals, 179 key projects, 98 metrics, and 23 projects in development. And then just as a reminder of each of the 8 outcome areas, each of those have goals underneath them, and each of the goals have key projects, projects and developments, and or metrics. So there's a combination of all of those. And I'm going to kick it back to Tim to talk about the priorities you guys identified.
Thank you, Liz. So I'll go over this section really quickly. So as you remember, obviously at the end of the retreat, you did dot voting, which seemed to be a fan favorite amongst many of you from past years. And so this is where it landed. So infrastructure, safety, transportation, and economy were the top 4 areas. So one thing you will be seeing in coming months is when we bring, for example, the CIP to you and other initiatives involving the budget, we do plan on using these priorities that you set to help inform budget priorities that we bring to you. So just as a heads up, that is, we do hope to use this, and we do hope to use this as a key part of the initiative. And I'm going to go through this pretty quickly, but we did also take your dot voting for each of the goal areas. And so I'll just highlight the top one. So for infrastructure, drinking water was the top goal. For safety, it's responding to emergencies. And then for transportation, it's transportation safety. Commercial corridor vibrancy was the number 1 for economy. Governance, it was recruitment and retention. Community engagement, it was communication. Sustainability, it was the built environment and infrastructure. And then for community well-being, it was homelessness services and mitigation. And I'll turn it back to Liz.
So this is just going to be a brief overview of all the modifications that we made to the sections. So for infrastructure, this was created and separated out as a new outcome area from the previous infrastructure and transportation, and there were 20 new projects added. Some of those were pulled from other sections, and some of those were added as brand new projects. For safety, we changed communication and community engagement goal to incident communication and emergencies. We also added 3 new projects and 6 new metrics. Transportation, this was also new, similar to infrastructure. It was previously a part of the infrastructure and transportation outcome area. We changed the transportation infrastructure goal to vehicular infrastructure. We moved clean and connected transportation goal from the sustainability outcome area to transportation. We also moved transportation safety, multimodal transportation, and vehicular infrastructure from the former infrastructure and transportation, so those got pulled over with the transportation separation. And then we also added 6 key projects. For economy, the major change was that business recruitment and retention was split up into 2 goals to become business recruitment and business retention. There were 9 key projects added and 2 performance metrics added. And for governance, there were components moved from the section to the new community engagement outcome area. We modified the previous recruitment goal to recruitment and retention to include retention in that. Then we also added 22 key projects and 3 projects in development. And then finally, or maybe not finally, close to the end, we changed neighborhoods outcome area to be a community engagement outcome area. So neighborhoods became a sub goal underneath that. We deleted the community engagement goals from other outcome areas and pulled them into this one, so there wasn't duplication. We created a new events goal, and we also created a new proactive public safety community engagement goal, which was previously included as part of the communications and community engagement goal in the safety outcome area. So that got pulled over from safety. We also added 4 key projects, 13 metrics, and 3 projects in development. And then in sustainability, we moved clean and connected transportation goal from sustainability to the new transportation outcome. So sustainability lost that goal, and we added 1 key project. And community well-being, we moved neighborhood aesthetics from the deleted neighborhood outcomes area goal into the community well-being outcome area. The affordability goal was deleted. We moved the community-wide identity goal to the new community engagement outcome area. The food systems goal was deleted, and we added 8 key projects, 4 metrics, and 4 projects in development. And Tim's going to walk you through the new features.
Great, thanks, Liz. So we did add a few features to the plan. So one thing that I think is important to point out is that every year, I think we get a bit better at this, and every year we're able to add, excuse me, a bit more capacity to the plan. So a few things that we added. First is we added a purpose statement. So we see an example here at the bottom. So we didn't just identify what the project was, we also included a statement of why this project is important and what we hope to achieve. While this was not explicitly a council direction, I think a lot of the comments that we received from you before and during the retreat were related to kind of wanting a better understanding of why things were included or what the why was, why we were trying to do this. And so that's why we decided to add a purpose statement. We also added a time frame. So for every project of the 179 key projects, there is a defined quarter during the year when we will bring it to you. You will see that for several of them, we didn't do an exact count, but I think it's probably about 65-ish% are for quarter 4. I think that's to be expected just because a lot of them are full year. However, we wanted to be more direct and be able to measure whether a project is in progress, completed, or delayed, tied to the quarter when we hope it'll be achieved. So we actually are going to be coming back to you in just a little over a month in April, hopefully if it is approved tonight. If not, we can fix that. But the plan right now is to come back to you at some point in April to give you an update on the quarter 1 projects. There aren't too many of those, but there are some. And then also another feature that is something I wanted to do for years in my career, but finally was able to do it here. Hopefully, if you approve it, is something called a plug-in plan concept. So every year you get several plans that come before you, and maybe even some that are administrative that you don't see. So some things like a facilities master plan, obviously water master plan or utilities funding plan, library strategic plan that City Manager Lewis shared with you. We're kind of starting down the road from an economic development plan this council put a lot of effort and time into reviewing about a year and a half ago. So we want to make sure that those plans do live in harmony with the strategic plan, that we're referencing them in the plan, that we're not overlapping, we're not duplicating efforts, that we're just saying, okay, this goal, we're working to achieve it through this plan that we already have that plugs into the bigger plan. So just a couple key things that I want to end on. First is in terms of reporting. We are, thanks to Liz and then Fletcher Johnson, the data and analytics manager in the city manager's office, we will be using a new system called OpenGov that you may be familiar with from the data for the budget capabilities that we've been using it for several years. That's the system that we're going to be using for performance metrics. It will also be live in April, I think, for the first quarter. We'll be able to share that with you. And then Fletcher and Liz and Lucia Magnuson, our communications department, are finalizing another tool to better display to the public our project health. And so you'll be seeing that as well in April. So that's the report that we have for you tonight.
Mr. Dodd, Ms. Ramsey, thank you very much for the presentation. Any questions for members of council? Member Newnenkamp.
I have some questions and some comments. I'll say I love the updates. I think that they're so well done. I think the purpose statements and the timelines are really helpful, as well as the plug and plan. The integration is something that I think is going to be really level everything up so that we feel like we can see everything kind of all at once and how everything ties together. a couple pieces of feedback from me on the community engagement goals. Those are all new. Under events, the only metric we have listed is overall participation in citywide events. I would also love us to think about participation or attendee satisfaction. Or do people like the events that we're doing? Are they the right kind of events? How are we gathering that data? I think is really important. And then I know, Assistant City Manager Dodd, we've talked about this before, and this is a process. So we are on a journey with this plan. But I would love to see some stronger goals around the metrics. So even under the first goal for communication, we want to ensure that everything is shared, and we're going to track all of the metrics of, who's visiting Englewood Engaged, for example. But I'd love to see, do we want to see a growth in the people who are actually using Englewood Engaged, and how do we set some of those goals? I know that those are some things that you're thinking about further out, but I want to make sure those are captured in the feedback as well. The last thing I'd like to see is, as you come to us with the quarterly updates, if projects are getting moved, maybe we're saying we thought we could do that in Q2, it's going to get moved to Q3, highlighting those in the updates will be really helpful as well. But I think this is really well done. I'm excited to use it this year. Thank you for your work.
Thank you, Member Nooncamp. Anyone else? Not seeing none. Can I get a motion? Sorry.
actually-
Go ahead, Member Russell.
I do have some feedback. I am incredibly disappointed in looking at this, how we will know we are succeeding, and then it has the measurements in there. Starts out in 2014. In the majority of these things, they go from a really high number down to a low number. Occasionally, it might go up. That tells me that the community's telling us we're not succeeding. And the more that I see in here, it's just all about, we'll just educate the community about how well we're doing. We're just going to convince them. Then when we have these surveys, it shows that they're not happy with what we're doing. We've been working on this for 4 years, and I kind of feel like we were pushed along in the direction that y'all wanted us to go, and we just sat back. This has been 4 years. That's there's been 2 elections since this whole thing started. This council really, and there's some things in here about safety that are really concerning to me. The citizens are not happy about how safety's going downhill, and we have interpreted things totally different. Let's see. On the how we will know we are succeeding. Overall feeling of safety in Englewood. In 2014, it was 66%. 2018, 62%. In 2020, 56%. In 2022, 43%. That's going down substantially. Crime prevention in 2014, 63%, 2018, 51%, 2020, 50%, and 2022, 35% support. Police services, 2014, 76%, 2018, 78%, 2020, 60%, and then 2022, 610%. I don't think that's probably right. And then just some of the things that they're interpreting what we asked. This thing about emergency management. The way it got interpreted in the plan is totally different. Back in October of 2023, there were a boatload of requests about the emergency response time and all of that. We need to get a hold of this and put it together with this. And I am really disappointed in how this went forward. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you, Member Russell. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the comments, particularly those when we're talking about the metrics that we're using. One of the things that you and I have talked about at length, Member Russell, is the fact that we don't need to be a promotional organization that's just out there promoting ourselves. I think this really shows the transparency that we have in putting these front and center at the beginning of every section, and we know that we are not meeting resident expectations in many of these areas, which is why we want to continue refining the strategic plan to make it better. There is not a single goal in this plan that did not derive from council, and so I pushed back very hard on this being a staff-led plan, staff has, responded to council and your goals, putting projects behind those, but bringing this to you now 4 times a year, as well as the, this annual approval. So I appreciate the comments, but we really are trying to be transparent about how we are and aren't succeeding in some of these areas.
Member Prang?
Thank you. Thank you for all of the work that you've done on this. Taking the conversation that we had at the retreat and incorporating all of those changes had to have been no small feat. I do like the improvements with the, the connection to, the project, to a purpose and expected delivery dates. I do have a few questions. One concerning that improvement, so stating a purpose and a delivery date. It seems like there are some areas where the delivery date box doesn't exist. So we've got the project and the purpose. Is that purposeful that we've left off a delivery date? Because I also saw other areas where there was a box for a delivery date, but then no information included in it.
Yes, thank you, Member Praying. That's something we need to do a slight modification to in the layout. So projects in development are not supposed to have delivery dates. There were a couple that we didn't catch that had delivery dates included, but that's why it looks a little bit different. Is key projects have delivery dates, but projects in development don't, because projects in development, and it was Mayor Pro Tem Anderson a couple years ago that developed that concept. It's projects that staff is to not prioritize. They're basically, if we have additional time and we've accomplished or nearly accomplished the key projects, the direction from council was for us to then work on projects in development. And that's why we didn't have delivery dates, because they weren't priorities based on what council had identified in the past.
That makes sense. And then I have a few other areas where things just seemed off. So on our page 468, so that let me try to find it and see what section of the plan. So under safe and inviting workspaces, there's a repetition in the second and third project areas, and one of them has a due date of Q2 and one of them has a Q3, and I'm wondering if that first one is something different. I don't think we have 2 projects called the same thing. It's like the verbiage is exactly the same.
And I'm not
Looks
seeing.
like the purpose is different, and then we've got different due dates for the quarters.
Remember praying the number, just so I could find it quickly, the goal number. Oh, it's goal number 10. Can you remind me of the project name that you're seeing? Oh, yeah.
What was the project name?
What's that?
What was the project name?
Oh, it's conduct an inventory of areas in the city without adequate lighting and develop a strategy to improve lighting. So it's just listed twice there. I think.
Yeah,
maybe
I think
there's
what
something
happened with
else.
that one, it is a duplication. I think originally maybe it was listed twice, but under 2 different departments. And so when we kind of split it up for departments to review at the end, we didn't catch that duplication. Yeah.
Okay.
When we come back to you in April, that's to Member Noonenkamp's point. So we don't make any changes on the plan without council approval. So we will make a list of changes, and that could be one of the ones on the list that we bring to you in April for your consideration. So that was just a typo on our part, though.
And then one other area. So on our page 477, I apologize, I should have organized my notes a little bit better. So under community well-being, we have the homelessness services and mitigation. And so the project is listed for Bridge House. But then the metric down below is number of homeless individuals referred to All Health Co-Responder Program. Are those 2 things related because they're really different things? And then also in the metrics piece of it, individuals aren't really referred to all health co-responder program. Co-responder is like the response of the co-responder going out to. So do we want to say referred to wraparound services and or case management or something to that effect to be accurate to what the program actually is?
Sure, we can definitely modify that language. This was language that we did get from the police department, but we can certainly, your description matches the way it works, so we should definitely change that. To your point, though, about, yes, the project and the metric are different. So the projects, the metrics are not tied to specific projects, they're tied to the goal. Yeah, and I apologize, the layout doesn't show that, but everything under goal 1, homelessness services and mitigation, ties to that goal and that goal statement. But so projects are, the way we've designed them, or the way we want them to be, is kind of discrete one-time initiatives, whereas metrics are meant to measure more ongoing initiatives. But yes, they are two discrete, two distinct things. That just tied, they're in the same area because they tie to the same goal.
All right, thank you.
Member Wright?
I know a lot of work went into this, and thank you for your efforts. I wasn't sure what I was expecting when I went into this because it was the first time, and one of the things that I had requested is this was the 4th year in doing this, and I just felt it should start fresh, have new ideas, and then kind of incorporate everyone's new ideas instead of continually build. And then I felt a little bit blindsided, I guess, that 3 o'clock came and boom, it shut down. And the things that I wanted to ask for, I wasn't even able to bring up. So I guess here we are now, and I'm like, okay, where's the things that the ideas that I had and stuff couldn't even be incorporated in this. And I don't know if moving forward it could be done differently so that the new members and stuff like that, we don't know what to expect. And maybe if we have ideas and stuff like that, it could be incorporated where you have a facilitator, and as soon as that time's done, it's hard done. Because I believe we probably have ideas and stuff and we don't know what to expect. One of the questions I have, and you may not know, and I apologize if you don't. Do you know when Bridge House is expected to be done? I drive by it and nothing's even been started on it yet because it's built into it.
Yes, I know their estimated dates. So there's, as you're probably aware, remember, right, there's 2 different initiatives going on there. One is the Ready to Work program, which is where people will live and take training. And there's also the Navigation Center. I believe that the plan is for the Navigation Center to, and these are soft dates, so I'm happy to do a council request so I can get definitive dates from them. But I believe the Navigation Center is expected to open the late summer, and then Ready to Work is supposed to be in the late fall, I think. So I think like August and for the Navigation Center, and then maybe October or November for the Ready to Work program. But I can get more definitive dates from Bridge House. I know just because of construction costs and construction time and supply and demand issues, it's been a little bit delayed, but I think that's the estimated date for both of those projects.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, can I just ask a
Yeah, go ahead, City
clarification?
Manager Lewis.
So, Member Wright, thank you for the comments. Are there any things that were in the worksheet that was done before the meeting that weren't addressed or brought up during the retreat? We had asked for in each section if you had additional ideas, and then the facilitator actually vetted each one of those new ideas to see if we had 4 people on council that were wanting to incorporate that in. And I'm just wondering if there are some examples you can give of ones that you had given that we didn't get to.
I think some ideas that I have that would not have been put in there is, especially since I've done a tour, an idea would be, I think that we need to have a grant writer. Every single department that I have toured, I've asked that question, and let me give you an example. Parks and Rec, there was someone that spent 80 hours writing one grant. And I've heard a lot of citizens talk about how the parks have been neglected. Well, when you have one person taking 80 hours writing a grant, and every department that I've spoken to, that's been brought up, they're like, oh, we would absolutely love a grant writer. So that wasn't even in the realm of what we were discussing. So we didn't have an other column of other things to be brought up, so it couldn't be brought up. And off the top of my head, I don't know what else, other ideas I had, they were written down in a different book, but that type of thing where it fell under other, and it just didn't come up, so that type of thing, so.
That's very helpful. And I think, Tim, Elizabeth, let me know, but we could also have an additional study session if you'd like for some of those additional ideas to be vetted, because you're exactly right. We don't really take into account new members' unfamiliarity with the process, and we think we're creating a process, but it may not be working for everyone. So I think if there, if you all would like to do an additional study session for additional things, we did give opportunities for what should be struck from the strategic plan, and some things were actually taken out. That was pretty clear in our process, but to your point, when the additional, ideas have come up, maybe there hasn't been a good way of getting those, and we really want to make sure that the council has the opportunity to discuss those.
Right, and you're a month into it and your head's kind of spinning, and I don't know if Member Praying kind of felt the same way, but I'm just like, okay, here we go, buckle up, so it just.
I guess just to respond to what you said, for me, I just, reviewing the packet for tonight's meeting, it felt a little rushed that we're already looking for approval of the strategic plan. I felt like when we were in the retreat, as we were wrapping up items, the facilitator stated that there would be several other opportunities to discuss. And so I kind of had that in my head that we would be talking about this several more times. I wouldn't withhold a vote to keep this moving forward because I have confidence that feedback that we're given is heard and revisions are made. But I do think that maybe there was an expectation that there would be further conversation before this was fully approved and then published to the public.
Thank you, Member Praying. Member Nunenkamp, I think you wanted to talk to this specific item. Go ahead.
I would, just to give a couple pieces or bits of context from the last 2 years of being new and the plan already existing and then seeing it go through a couple of iterations. We have also approved projects or made additions to the plan throughout the year. So if, a council member comes and says, I think we need to add, this initiative, I think we should add to the strategic plan, we can do that. And so I think, council members are free to do that during council members' choice. I'd like to have this conversation, or if something comes up, there are a few things in the plan that did get added, things like a youth advisory council or a housing affordability task force. Those were additions to the plan that didn't happen in this annual piece. So just know that we have the freedom to do that. I think the value of making sure that we have a plan here towards the beginning of the year is it gives staff direction for them to manage the day-to-day of the city. But also to your point, Member Wright, when it comes to the staffing and FTEs and some of those, a lot of that really comes up in the budget cycle. So there's a lot of opportunity to still weigh in on that and make those decisions. We don't see as many staffing decisions in the strategic plan. But I would just say that obviously we don't want, just for the sake of staff, to make everything ad hoc and constantly be changing the plan, but it does happen. It's not set in stone. And if it was, I think it actually would be foolhardy of us. So some context.
Thank you for that. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to just say I think this is, I really echo Member Nunenkamp's response to the new things that are added into the plan. I really like the addition of the purpose and the timeline. I also wanted to say I really appreciated actually when I went through the plan, seeing those metrics and where they've gone. I was kind of surprised to see how much they'd gone down, but I had a slightly different reaction to that than Member Russell. It made me go, oh, what, it hasn't been working. This is City Council's plan. We've developed it. We've debated it. I don't agree with everything in it, but that's just because I lost a vote here and there. But I saw those, and I just want to say, if it's not working, the citizens are not experiencing the city as safe a city as they used to. we need to do something about that. That falls on city council. I want to take responsibility for that. I don't understand all the reasons behind that, and we can only try things and hope that those outcomes change. And you don't want to make public opinion your taskmaster on everything. We want to do the best that we can do, but I do want to take responsibility and say that's this council's job. It's council's plan, and I'd like to continue working on it, especially in those areas where we see the percentages going down. What can we do to improve those? So I want to continue having those conversations.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Ward, do you have a question or comment?
Just some feedback, but.
Okay, I was just wondering if we should just make a motion in order to go into comments, but go ahead, Member Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of comments. First of all, I agree with the comments on the plug-in plans. I think that's a pretty cool thing to see what we've already been working on and how it fits in our strategic plan. I like that addition a lot. To Councilmember Russell's comments, particularly as they relate to the public safety portion of this document, I do share some of her concerns. I might put them less bluntly than she did, but I think when I look at the public safety items and I look at responding to emergencies, what I'm thinking of is fundamentally different than what appears on this document, and that is my question about responding to emergencies is what happens when I pick up the phone and I call 911. That is, like, in my opinion, the single highest number one thing that this city needs to get done most effectively. And Member Russell brought up some things like recent council requests regarding response times. While I don't have any concerns specific to police response times, I do remain interested in hearing more about fire response times and comparisons. We're 10 years into our 20-year Denver contract. Now is a good time for us to stop and take a look around and see what the landscape looks like around us now as opposed to what it looked like in 2014. I may be missing something on this, but I don't see that goal listed here. So if we were adding goals, that would be one of the items that I would add for completion this year. And I know that's a heavy lift, but I think that shows us engaging on our responsibility to the citizens to accomplish that fundamental, to consistently evaluate the service that you receive at a time of crisis when there is literally nowhere else for you to go for help. The other thing that I noticed as I was reviewing this plan is one of the goals is to have 12 lunch and learns. And I think this is in the governance area. We have this minimum of 12 lunch and learns, acknowledging that there may be more than 12, but the goal is 12. And then there's another goal to have 3 of those lunch and learns focused on DEI issues. Personally, I think that's a little out of balance. I'm not an employee of a large organization like the city of Inglewood, but if I was offered 3 lunch and learns a year on DEI issues, those would probably be items that I would be interested in skipping. So I think what we need to do is not say we're not going to do any lunch and learns on DEIs or we're not going to engage further on DEI, but we're going to ensure that lunch and learns have a diverse number of subject areas. And so I think that would be something that I would also consider changing as far as the desired outcome is concerned. And then the last item is slightly more technical. When I look in number 7 under governance for employee engagement, and I see automate workflow for open requisitions, refine job descriptions, etc., I don't know how that fits under employee engagement. It seems like it fits better under tools and technology. When I think of employee engagement, I think of the concept of finding a workplace where you are comfortable, where you feel respected, where you feel safe, where you are interested in the job, and you know that the people who surround you are interested in you. as I understand employee engagement, and I will be the first on this dais to see the fact that my familiarity with HR issues in general is not the greatest. I that's what I think of. Not do you have the tools? That's one element, but I think this fits more to what the tools are rather than whether or not you have them. Those are I think all of my immediate comments on this, and thank you, Mayor, for indulging me during the question time with my comments.
No, well, it makes sense because sometimes there's feedback from staff as well on some of the items you bring up. Perfect. With that, everyone, do we have a motion to approve 11C2?
I move to approve 11C2.
Thank you, Member Noonenkamp. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Prang. Any further comments?
Can we?
Mayor Pro Tem and then Member Russell, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to register. I mentioned a minute ago that there are things in the plan that I don't agree with, but it's because I lost a debate on something, and I do intend to vote yes on this, but I do want to register that just because I vote yes on this doesn't mean I'm signing off on every detail of it, specifically the DEI stuff, as Member Ward was mentioning, and now that I've seen the proposed DEI plan that we haven't adopted yet, these are projects and a whole goal area I would personally remove, but I don't believe I have the votes for that, but did want to register my disagreement with that section.
Member Russell.
I was wondering if we can make an amendment to it, because you may have the votes for the DEI changes that Member Ward suggested. I totally get it. I know that sometimes I'm pretty blunt, and I think I get people's attention sometimes. I don't mean to do that. I do appreciate the work that staff is doing, but I do think that we need to have more conversations, and I would like to see some of those changes perhaps implemented to going to one luncheon, because those things will be accomplished by the end of the year. So.
Thank you, Member Russell. Anyone else? Member Noonenkamp.
Just to be clear, since the goal is being talked about, it's not being spoken about correctly, in my opinion. It says hold at least 3 lunch and learns or trainings on DEI-related topics. I think 3, either a lunch and learn and 2 trainings or 3 trainings, but 3 DEI-related events for a staff of several hundred people seems like a very reasonable annual goal. So I don't see a need to change that.
Thank you, Member Noonenkamp. I'll jump in. I want to thank staff for all the work that they did on the strategic plan. I'm happy with it the way it is. I know that there were some things that I didn't get included in here as well. What I'm really impressed about was the fact that Deputy City Manager, you brought it up at the very beginning, but you had all the directors that were involved in this, but you also said over 50 staff members were involved in the creation of this document and actually providing input on the document. So I'm really proud that there's been an overarching goal to, get everyone involved in terms of what our strategic priorities are for the city. So I'm very thankful for that and just breaking down some of the silos that we saw in years past. And I'm really happy that that's been coming to fruition under this current leadership. So I will be in support of this document tonight. So just thank you again for all the work on this. Member Pring?
Thank you. I'm not sure what the pushback is on DEI, and I think that needs to be a conversation that needs to be brought out and had more fully. I agree with Member Noonenkamp that 3 lunch and learns and or a training for a staff of this size is a reasonable ask. And on top of that, I'm assuming lunch and learns are not mandatory activities. So staff can choose whether they show up and participate in those conversations or not. I just feel like DEI efforts are a little bit under attack, and if there's a greater issue that needs to be, or a conversation that needs to be had around those efforts, then we should be having it. But I don't know that we need to be removing any of these projects from the plan. I fully support them.
Thank you, Member Prang. Member Ward.
Thank you for those comments, Member Prang. I'll just note that during our retreat, I did request a study session on the subject of DEI issues, and what we got in response was a council memo that detailed the DEI plan. But we have not had a discussion as a body on the DEI plan, which is what I would like to do as well. In the meantime, given what we have, I still think 3 trainings or lunch and learns is excessive. I want to thank Member Noonan-Camp for the clarification on that, and I apologize that I did not speak correctly to begin with. I view, and I may be wrong on this, the difference between a training and a lunch and learn as, a lunch and learn is typically done on personal time, and it's typically voluntary. A training would be done on staff time, and most often, particularly for DEI-related things, that training is mandatory. I'll just say outright, my concern personally with DEI programs, and I'm not saying that we have this problem in the city. I haven't looked closely enough, and I think we can expand upon this concern when we do have a study session on the topic, if council as a body is ready to have that discussion. My concern is, I don't like anybody telling me how I have to think. If you want to tell me that I have to get along with my coworkers, and I have to be polite, and I have to do my work properly, that's fine. But if you want to put me in a room and tell me that as a condition of my employment, I have to think a certain way about anybody, I object to that. I'm sorry. I think people have a fundamental right to be bigots. They don't have a fundamental right to engage in bigoted behavior in the workplace, and there is a distinction there. DEI programs, as I have experienced them in the past and as I understand them currently, tell people that that type of thinking is wrong and that they don't have a right to believe that and that they don't have a right to think that way. And I don't agree with bigotry personally, but I also believe in freedom. And if you want to be a bigot, I might think you're stupid for it, but that's your right. So that's my brief rant on DEI programs. You could expect to hear more if we have a study session on the topic. That's where I'm coming from. I have a good faith belief that in a lot of cases, these types of programs are designed to tell people how to think and what to think. And I don't think that's appropriate in the workplace. We should control behavior. Thought would be a different thing entirely.
All right. Any further comments? With that, we're just going to go straight into the vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Nay.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes and 1 nay.
Thank you. And thank you very much again, Deputy City Manager. Liz, thank you very much for your time tonight.
Mayor, and I apologize, I know you've had a packed agenda, but is it okay if I ask council a quick question?
Sure.
Yeah, so we do want this, as you mentioned, many of you mentioned, this was a process that Liz and I specifically, but many people put a lot of effort into, and we really do want this to be, of course, reflective of what council wants. And so to that end, the way we've typically done this, and Member Noonan-Camp did a much better job of articulating it than I'm about to, but typically every quarter we come before you. It's usually a motion like this, where we, staff usually proposes some modifications, some come from council, some come from staff. We're totally open to doing that in a different way. So if you rather have us do a study session approach, where we collect what we heard tonight and we bring it to you and you have a study session on it, and then maybe we put it on a consent, if Mayor Pro Tem agree, put it on a consent calendar for the following meeting to approve it after you've had a study session. We're open to that. If council wants us to do it in a different way than the way we have been doing it, to give you more time to kind of think about it and have more suggestions for us, we're totally open to that. So right now we are planning on coming back in April. We were planning on using the same format we used in past years, which was just like this. Liz and I would do a 5 or 10 minute overview. We would have some proposed changes for you to discuss, and then you would vote on it. But if you want us to do more of a detailed study session, we can definitely do that.
Thank you, Deputy City Manager. The way that I understood it was, and correct me if I'm wrong, Member Wright, Member Prang, but that study session does make sense after the retreat and before the initial approval of the strategic plan. So I do believe that there should be one, in the first quarter of the year. After that, I think the current process does make sense, just coming back to us with changes, any modifications that we're making or anything that we're pushing up to later on into the future years. I think that would make sense, but I do think that a study session does make sense after the retreat.
Do you want us to come back the way we typically have done as a motion?
Yes, I believe so. Yep. I see no disagreement. So we're going to have to hold off on that study session until 2025. So
we'll put it on the calendar now so we don't forget.
So I'll actually mention it during Mayor's Choice, but I do believe, member Wright, we may still have a study session for some of the items that you wanted to add, because there is potential modifications that we can make throughout the year. So I'll be in favor of that. So, all right. Thank you so much, Deputy City Manager. All right, everyone, we're moving on to Mayor's Choice. I'll be very brief tonight. So just an FYI, I will be speaking at the South Metro, I'm trying to think of the name of the
Chamber
bodies.
of Commerce.
I'm sorry, what's that?
It's a South Metro Chamber.
Yeah, South Metro Chamber, right? Okay. So I am speaking on Friday morning at 7:30 in Lone Tree. I believe there's going to be 5 other mayors involved, but this is an annual event and we do it every single March. So I will be there. It runs from 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock, but we'll all be there at 7:30. So maybe I'll see you there. The other thing that I wanted to just point out is that the DDA did meet this past Wednesday, and there are a lot of exciting announcements. Mr. Callison from the Guild came and spoke about just the Guild, the membership, how they've kind of taken off over the last 8 years or so. I believe it's their 8-year anniversary this month or last month. But also he wanted to speak about the art walk. Those facilities will now have tenants, and he's going to be part of the tenantship. That's going to be, that have signed license agreements. There's another Historic Inglewood's going to be in there. Redland's going to be here. So we're going to start seeing some of the art walk places that have been that haven't been occupied in quite some time. They're going to be occupied later this month. So I believe we're about a week away. So that was some exciting news that we're going to be seeing. So there's going to be at least 3 businesses in there. I think there might be 8 total that are going to be there starting here in about 2 weeks. The other big thing is that there is going to be a building improving grant that the board did approve. So really where we're trying to activate other areas around City Center, around the DDA areas. So we approved that, and we're hoping that there is interest from nonprofits and other businesses to start utilizing some of the vacant spaces. Those grants are going to be used for safety measures and to help promote more vibrancy within the area. So we are hoping that that will take off. And we're talking about South Broadway Project Alley activation. We've been talking to Meow Wolf about that. So great work by the DDA on that. And then also Swallow Hill wants to hold a concert here in May or June of 2025, right off South Broadway. But it's an annual concert that they've been holding on South Pearl. They now want to do it in Inglewood. So a lot of good things are happening within the city, and I'm very thankful for the work that the DDA is putting in. So that's my update. Anyone else? Go ahead, Member Noonan-Kemp.
A couple things from me. One is that the library board met a couple of weeks ago. I didn't have a chance to do a report out when we didn't meet, but just as an update, the staff have shared the changes to the standards of behavior with the library board. They are on board with those changes. They're moving forward with their events and their planning for the year. And we received a presentation on some of the non-traditional items that are in the library. So the things that you can borrow from the library that are not books. And one thing that caught my eye that I think is just really astounding is we started the new Culture Pass program last year, which is where you can get a pass to museums or to cultural institutions like the Butterfly Pavilion or the Botanic Gardens for free from the library. And we only ran that program for about 10 months last year. We started it a little into the year. And the staff has calculated that they provided $60,000 worth of value to Inglewood citizens through that program last year. So it's just really tremendous, the work that's happening in the library, the amount of value that they're investing back into the community through the non-traditional items. So excited to see that move forward. A couple other things for me. I wanted to note that here we are at the beginning of March. We are in Women's History Month, and we have some very notable women who were part of this history of our city in Englewood. In 1903, there was a movement by a group of pioneer women headed by Mrs. Jacob Jones, and they started a campaign to make the community safer and more desirable by forming a city government. Mrs. Jones and this group of women planned to consolidate the settlements of Orchard Place, Sherilyn, and the adjoining territory south of Yale and east of the railroads, covering 6 square miles, which in a few months led to the incorporation of Englewood in 1903. So acknowledging those women who led to the founding of our community here at the start of Women's History Month. Also just want to share with everyone that I'll be remote next week. I'll be out of town traveling, but looking forward to being with you online.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to give a quick update on Tri-Cities Homelessness Policy Group and related things. I know probably some of you have heard that Mike Sandgren has turned in kind of his resignation as Tri-Cities Homelessness Coordinator, and his end date is at the end of this month or next month? Next month. So right now the Tri-Cities Homelessness Policy Group is talking about putting together a job description through the county to hire someone to fill that role, and that will be, I think the county's going to post that pretty soon. But that's also something we'll have to have a discussion on as council as to whether we continue that role into the future. Obviously, Tri-Cities doesn't have the authority to do budgeting for Englewood, so all those decisions have to be made by councils. Also made by each individual council of the cities. Also, we did have a discussion on broadcasting the Tri-Cities meetings. And we're moving towards that. I believe we're going to do a YouTube broadcast of those meetings so people will be able to see those live broadcasts as they're done. It is not doesn't meet the definition for the Colorado Open Meetings law, but I think we've seen a lot of people interested in it, and I think I'd like to get those meetings out there public so people know, I think when you have things that people don't know, they can invent whatever they might imagine is going on in those meetings. So I think it'll bring a lot of clarity to people to see what's actually happening in those meetings and realize that it's not quite as nefarious as they might have imagined. So looking forward to getting those broadcasting.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Ward.
Budget Advisory Committee met. They're going to have a busy March and April coming up. One of their new tasks this year is to review the spending on the new taxes for roads and police. So they've added, I believe they added a third meeting to March. Member Russell? Member Russell's nodding her head yes. So typically that committee meets once a month, and they're literally meeting 3 times in March. So I'm excited to see the work that comes out of that committee going forward. That's all I have. Thank you.
Member Wright.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. I have had the pleasure to meet with every department in the city. Gotten to know the people. I've been able to speak with them, get to know what they do, their staff and everything. It's been enlightening. Great staff. I have sat with the dispatch at the police department, listened to their calls. I've done a ride-along, which probably I would like to do again because I did it on Monday after Super Bowl. So you can imagine what that day was like. I was scheduled to ride along with code enforcement, but our son from Illinois decided to drop in that day, and so I had to reschedule that one. So I want to thank all of the departments. They've been fantastic, and I guess I've become the person that asks a lot of questions, and I'm known for it now. So, and they've been gracious in asking them. The other thing that I would like to ask of this council is, it came up in December for Judge Jefferson and his raise, and it's going on over 3 months now, and we've still not made a decision on his raise. I believe that his raise was part of the 2024 budget. I don't know where we are with it. Miss Benson said in her public comment tonight that there was an email for through her core request that something was said about the mayor pro tem, and the judge to meet, and that kind of concerns me about 3 elected officials potentially meeting. And the reason I say that is the mayor and I were at an event where a state representative was there, and she was speaking about how state reps were sued, and no longer can 2 elected officials at the state level meet any longer. And just have a conversation. And I don't want the city to end up in a conversation. I know we're home rule, but we could end up being sued possibly for 3 elected officials. But I also believe that it is time that we decide and vote for the judge. It was part of the budget. He's an elected official. We are not judging him on his merit. I believe that the people do that when they vote for him. And it's been 3 months now, and I think that we need to push this forward.
Thank you, Member Wright. I can weigh in on that question. So yes, I did reach out to Judge Jefferson. In the email, I did refer to the fact that I was also interested in involving Mayor Pro Tem. Judge Jefferson and I did have a conversation without the Mayor Pro Tem. So there was interest, and the reason for the conversation was we asked for information back in December. This council asked for information from the judge that we haven't received. And so that was my conversation with the judge. So we asked for comparables, we asked for information from other cities, and it hasn't been received. So that was the basis of my conversation with the judge. We still haven't received that information. We did receive some information about some comparables that I asked him to validate or to provide any type of information that either refutes or basically, I wanted him to just speak to some of the information that we received via email about some comparables, and we haven't received that either. So that's where it currently stands. I have reached out to the judge again. As of today, I did reach out to him again today to try to set something up for later on this week. But what I'm looking for is just the information that this council asked of him back in December, and we just haven't received that at this point. So that's kind of where it stands at this point. We haven't met, the 3 of us haven't met, but I did originally put that out there. But the judge and I just met just one-on-one over phone at this point. So
I just want anyone to get into like the state.
No, I understand, and I don't think that there's anything against the if we were to move forward with a meeting between the 2 of us and the judge, I think we're safe, but I could leave that to our city attorney Niles to just validate, but I don't believe we have that requirement with 3 elected officials. Go ahead, city attorney Niles.
Yes, that's correct, because the 3 of them are not elected to the same policy-making or decision-making body. So we have a judge who's elected to that position, and then we have city council that's elected to a different position. So the open meetings law refers to the quorum of the decision-making body, and the judge, of course, is, because he's not in this body, is not part of the quorum for city council. So it's my conclusion that 2 city council members can meet with an elected judge and be in compliance with open meetings law.
Then can I ask and add, when we're looking at giving the judge a raise, we're not looking at a performance review of him for his raise, correct? I mean, have we done that before? I looked at our charter, and it doesn't say that we're giving him a performance review.
I have a point of order. I think this is outside the scope of the meeting. I want to make sure that if we are discussing anything other than whether or not we're going to have a meeting on the judge's salary, we notice it properly to the public.
Okay.
Okay.
I agree.
Well, I think it needs to be pushed forward sooner than later and that's what I'm asking
Okay.
for. I think we've gone outside of the charter and our policy when it comes to the judges' rates.
Okay. So I would be okay putting this on the agenda for 318 to discuss. Would this body be? I'm trying to figure out the way to word it. So I'd be okay having that as part of the 318 meeting to discuss the potential salary increase of Judge Jefferson.
Do we have consensus?
Yeah, that's
Is that
what I was going to
we need?
ask. So that's what you're asking for, remember, right?
Please.
Does anyone disagree with having that as an item? So, Member Ward.
We had this discussion previously, and at that time, we asked the judge for additional information, which, as I understand it, has not yet been supplied by the court. If this body wants to flip on that decision, and there are 4 people who want to do that, so be it.
Thank you, Member.
I'm not one of them.
Thank you, Member Ward.
And if I can add, it was my first or second meeting, and I wasn't educated on the process that we're supposed to go through, and I was one of the people that asked a lot of those questions. So I'm willing to have that and step back because I'm aware of the process that should have been followed.
Thank you, Member Wright. And I guess I should clarify. I still am expecting that information that was requested by City Council. We have information. I would like the judge to speak to that information. So my preference would be to wait until that information is received to actually speak on it. So that's been my conversation with the judge at this point. So that would be my preference. Member Russell, go ahead.
So my question is, has the judge told you he wanted a meeting? What was the outcome of the conversation?
There was a lot of back and forth in terms of what information he's willing to give. So that's kind of where we're at now.
Okay, so I just want to say, has this council followed our process from before? Our process goes back probably the city manager and the mayor were to ask the judge for information back before the end of the year. Did we follow this process?
We asked for information back in May and we did not receive the information then either. So during the budget cycle, which I believe both parties did not follow the process as stated within our council policy.
Both parties have or have not?
Have not, no.
Okay, so it's not just on the judge's part, it's on council's part.
Right. So if we were going to follow it by the letter of how it's written within policy, we should have made that decision by the end of December, but there were still outstanding questions that we have not received information for in order to make a proper judgment. So that's the way that I interpret it, but other council members may interpret it differently.
Can you speak with the judge and see if he can have the information by the 18th?
I can ask him, yes.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I just wanted to just put my agreement in that without that information, I don't want to have a meeting without any kind of framework around the decision we're going to make. So I would wait for that information as well.
Thank you, Member Newnenkamp.
I agree with that as well. I think it's appropriate for us to ask for this. But I would also like the city attorney to weigh in and just make sure that we're not in violation of anything within the charter or our policies by asking for additional information. I'm of the belief that these are taxpayer dollars, and a check and balance in a democracy is that we have power of the purse, and I don't want to just dole out cash or taxpayer dollars without doing my due diligence. And so as long as that's appropriate for us to do, I'd like to continue with that.
Yes, there's nothing under charter, applicable law, or policy that prohibits city council from requesting that information and receiving it.
Okay, thank you very much.
So I will go ahead, Member Russell.
Okay, and I just want to say perhaps we need to have the judge explain what the policy has been. When I first got on council, everything was done in executive session. And then after I was on council, when Vince Atencio was here, the very last meeting he had before he stepped down as the judge, he did come to give it in public because there was pressure from the council that it had to be done in public. And Judge Jefferson has done that every time it was his turn to do that, has done it in public. But before, it was never done in public. So 8 years ago, it was always done in executive session. And I'm not promoting that. I'm promoting that it be open and transparent. But it's gone on a little bit longer and things may have just gotten convoluted, maybe on both sides. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, Member Russell. Anything else on council member's choice? Go ahead, Member Russell.
I just have another thing that has been troubling me a lot, and I've been struggling with this really for a while, and all of a sudden it came back just last week with a request. This city council has a policy, actually not just the city council, this has been in place a long, long time. Maybe back even to the 80s. I don't remember when the policy came in place. It is Rita's rule. It is not my rule. And Rita's rule says that all council members will receive all the information at the same time. I believe one-on-ones with city staff are a violation of that policy because things are shared with each one of us. And it has come to my attention a couple of times, perhaps inadvertently, there are things that council members suggest and other council members don't know they're happening. And I think that it is really not open and transparent to the public when things are moving forward and not all council members are aware of it. So I would like to either start following the policy, which means we end the one-on-ones, or we need to address this policy. Because when I first got on council, everything came to city council in a study session or in a council meeting, and it is problematic. So I think that's something that we need to talk about. Whether we talk about it tonight, I don't care, but it needs to come up and we need to address it.
Thank you, Member Russell. City Attorney Niles, we have this on coming up. The city council policy discussion is coming up in a couple of weeks, right?
Yes, next week we have a study session on public comment, and our public comment policies are largely contained within the council policies. So my plan was to get direction after next week and then bring revisions to council policies then.
Okay, so next week is just about council or about public comment, but not council policy overall.
Right.
Okay. So we may have to add that portion as well. Member Russell, maybe not to that agenda, but as a separate study session. So, all right. Member Pring?
Thank you. On a lighter note, the Youth Advisory Board met last week. It was my first meeting with them, and Member Ward was there as well. There were, I think, 7 children in attendance from various schools across the city, so it was nice to see active engagement of that group. I'm still learning about the work that they do and the logistics of how it's all handled. They asked some really smart questions about walking wheels throughout the city and how we choose which streets get improvements and which don't. So it was nice to see how savvy and smart our youth are. And I believe next month they're coming to present on sustainability. So I'll be very interested to see the types of commentary that come from our kids around those efforts as well.
Thank you, Member Prang. Actually, just to circle back on the larger council policy discussion, are there 4 members of council that want to have that discussion? I would be in favor of it just being, yes?
I do as well. I was also going to add that I think it might be an appropriate time for us to have a discussion on the Sunshine Law as part of that discussion. I think there may be some misunderstandings both on the dais and floating around in the public regarding what the requirements of the Sunshine Law are. And I want to make sure that we honor our legal requirements and that we don't spend time tossing accusations at one another about whether or not the Sunshine Law was appropriately honored.
That sounds good.
And as you were looking at me, I hope you're not saying that.
No, if I'm calling you out, I will say your name.
Okay, I'm just trying to protect everybody from those accusations. So.
All right.
And I am for that because there are some things in the policy I think that we need to address also that I see quite often that I question, but I've not said anything. So
Sounds good. So we'll add that to the schedule at some point. Anything else? All right, city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I do want to thank all of you. I think we had the highest percentage of council members at any kind of groundbreaking ceremony at our South Inglewood Flood Reduction Program, groundbreaking for the detention pond. So thank you. I think that's really important for community engagement that you all are there. To that point, we have had 142 views of that video on YouTube, so that has gotten out. Also want to thank, I saw in the chamber update, I was not here on Friday, but saw that members Russell and Wright were at the Chula grand opening, and I want to congratulate Chula on their reopening, and thank you to both of you for attending that. Again, just highlighting the community engagement now that it's part of our strategic plan. I'll try to do that more. And then last but not least, just Tim thanked a lot of people that worked on the strategic plan, but the fact is, Tim, as far as intake at the council retreat, and then cajoling and prodding our department heads and other staff into turning your goals and desires into projects, and over 50 new projects being added. Just really want to thank him. He's just done a spectacular job with that. It is always a work in process, and so I appreciate the comments that were shared about needs around what that process looks like, and it needs to be your process, so please let us know how we can make that better. And that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you so much, city manager. And with that, everyone, we are now adjourned. See y'all next Monday.